Could everyone please take... Could everyone please find their seats? We'll get started momentarily. I've already just made an announcement. I can make another one. Could everyone please take their seats? Good morning and welcome to the Auto Theft Summit 2023. My name is Matt Miller. I am currently assigned to the Detective Sergeant role in Intelligence Services. My portfolio is Special Operations. I will be your MC for today, and as we have the panel discussion, I'll transition over to being the moderator for the event. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that all facets of our work are being carried out on the traditional territories of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse nations, the Inuit and the Métis peoples. These territories are currently covered by the Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Williams Treaties signed, and multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. We are eternally grateful for your Indigenous stewardship of these lands and waters. We thank you. I'd also like to extend thanks to the Chair of the Region Appeal Police Services Board, Ron Chatta. He created a vision for this summit to take place, and here we are. He has provided support throughout the entire development of this event. I'd like to thank all the Police Service Board members who are in attendance today, all of the chiefs and respective leadership teams as well. I'd like to thank Mayor Bonnie Crombie and Mayor Patrick Brown, as well as the elected officials who are present. I'd like to thank the policing partners from various agencies, industry experts, and stakeholders, and all the attendees who made their way here today. Few housekeeping issues, first of all. For those of you who haven't found the washrooms, they're immediately out the door and down to the right. In the event of an emergency or a critical incident, we will go straight out the doors and out into the parking lot outside of this facility. There's some technical housekeeping issues. For the first time, I've had to explain the technical side of housekeeping issues. Right now, at the back of the room, you see the cameras because we are currently being live streamed to YouTube. We also have developed QR codes. If you look, when you came in, you probably registered using a QR code. On the tables are also QR codes. This is a new addition to our public events, and this allows us to electronically register people, to capture the most current information, and to disseminate the information, the attached documents, such as the agenda, the key themes, and the follow-up survey at the end. It also allows us to provide you with a follow-up email, which will contain all the information gleaned from this summit. We've also introduced a hashtag for this event. If you look in the bottom right corner of the screen, to my right, you'll see it's hashtag Auto Theft Summit 2023. We've also brought a scribe to this event so we can capture live, real-time conversations that are happening when we have our panel discussions and our chats about what's happening here today at the Auto Theft Summit. I would like to now introduce our guest speakers for some opening remarks. If I could please call to the podium Region Appeal Police Services Board Chair Ron Chatta.
Good morning, everyone. I have never seen so many people looking at me early in the morning. My name is Ron Chatta, and I'm the board chair for Peel Police Services Board. On behalf of my board colleagues, it's my privilege to welcome you all at Auto Theft Summit 2023. It's a joint collaboration between Peel Police Services Board and Peel Regional Police. I would like to acknowledge the presence of some of my board colleagues here. We have Vice Chair Smita Kohli. Smita, if you can please say hello to everyone. Then we have Mr. Al Boughton here. And we have our chair of the region of Peel, Mr. Nando Inika. I see Nando there. And we have Mayor Bonnie Crombie. Mayor Crombie. The other member is Mr. Attia, who is out of country right now, and Mayor Patrick Brown will be joining us sometime, I believe, later sometime today. And of course, I would like to thank all the Peel MPPs and especially Christine Hogarth here, MPP Christine Hogarth here, and I'm sure she will be talking to all of you after. I would like to talk about more why we are here. So the rise in the auto theft and carjacking and their direct impact on violent crime in the GTHA and across Ontario is a growing concern, and we must take actions. Over the last 5 years, the number of auto theft incidents has increased by an alarming 90%, and our communities want action. When I was elected chair in the board again in 2022, I, along with my board colleagues, highlighted the concern over auto theft by our community. Back in the last year, April, I introduced a motion supported unanimously by my wonderful board colleagues to make auto theft a priority to work with our partners on solutions. We also sent letters to local MPs, MPPs, and municipal representatives. The issue is critically important to the community, and it is the primary concern that I hear about the residents across Peel and beyond. As such, we have a collective responsibility to address this issue and make a real impact on public safety. As a first of its kind gathering of partners, stakeholders, everyone in this room has the ability to impact the prevention and enforcement of the solution to auto theft in Ontario and across our borders. As you will hear throughout the day, the key theme of this summit are building awareness, collective partner solution, and commitment to real action. By understanding the underlying cause of auto theft and increasing community awareness, we can take steps towards reversing the negative trends. Collaboration among all stakeholders is essential to finding impactful solutions. The perspective that each of us brings to the table are unique and necessary, and we must work together to find avenues for change. The impact we make today will shape the future of Ontario and its diverse communities. By coming together today, we demonstrate a collective commitment to addressing one of the most serious issues facing the residents of Ontario and to prioritize safety above all else in our communities. I look forward to the discussions, collaborations, outcome of this summit. Let us work together towards making a real impact on public safety and ultimately creating safer communities for all. This summit is not the end point for how we plan to deal with auto thefts, but a jumping off point. We plan to continue the conversation and collaboration with everyone here today. We will ensure our community knows that this will remain a top priority, and we will not stop working to end this problem. Once again, on behalf of my board colleagues, thank you for attending and thank you for participating.
Thank you for those words. I'd now like to call to the podium Pure Regional Police Chief Nishan Dariappa.
Thank you, Matt, and good morning, everybody. Really appreciate the opportunity just even before we began to have the informal conversations. I think we'd all agree that it's pretty rare to have not just police, as police chiefs, we often see each other together, but to have our board representation, elected officials, industry experts, other enforcement agencies, and key stakeholders together is a very rare thing. Chair Chadha, thank you and the board for driving this. We have had conversations here at Peel, and I was just saying earlier, Peel has, I think, the highest per capita stolen autos. So Myron, I'm glad I've got that title to hold over you. But we were just saying that, you know, we as a police sector have a really strong relationship with each other. And behind the scenes, I know we've got 7 chiefs and representatives from several other police agencies here today. And we do have a strong dialogue regularly on these issues. But to have multi-sectors together, the first of its kind on this issue is a really, you know, unique thing to celebrate. When we started talking about the need for the summit, we wanted to realize that there needs to be tangible outcomes. And I hope at the end of the day, our hope is that you will actually see actionable items that we continue to pursue with all of you in our multiple sectors. So once again, this is a really unique opportunity, the first of its kind, because it's going to shift the conversation to not just a policing discussion, but a non-policing perspective as well. It's probably a summit that we would rather not be having, but the impact on public safety is tremendous. I think we would all agree it is the discussion in all of our communities. It is one of the fastest growing problems that we have in not just the Golden Horseshoe, but right across Ontario. And talking to my CBSA and the GTA colleagues, we know it's happening in other provinces as well. We are seeing rates of increase almost to 150% over the last 4 years for auto thefts. The contributing factors are not just strained supply chain resources or economic hardship, but there are gaps in the whole scenario of auto theft that are being capitalized by organized crime and, of course, street-level crime. So a joint collaboration needs to happen. The public is being victimized, whether it's a scenario of a carjacking or somebody waking up in the morning and having their vehicle stolen right from their home. I think we all need to define and implement impactful solutions to this. And the meaningful solutions, as I just mentioned, need to come in a cohesive and an aligned way. And hence the need for us to do this together. And that means insurance companies, manufacturers, advocates, our government entities. Thank you alone. It's not a problem that police can correct. Stronger policies, better tools, resources, technology, through collaborative and what we hope is swift action will give some confidence not just to our sectors, but the public that we are taking this seriously. So with that, again, I hope that you'll find the conversations. We're going to start obviously with conversations of some speakers. We're not starting with the police perspective, but we will have the chiefs and police representatives up on the stage. We'll have an opportunity to look at some data too that has been contributed by those that are participating today. So on behalf of you know, all of us in our entire community, I want to thank you for taking the time to be here today. And Matt, I'll just kick it back to you.
Thank you, Chief Dariappa. Next, I'd like to call to the podium MPP Christine Hogarth, Parliamentary Assistant to the Solicitor General of Ontario.
Well, good morning, everyone. And as Chief Nish said, you know, this is something we don't want to have today, but such an important conversation. And I just want to say thank you for taking the initiative to put this summit on today. It's not just a Peel issue, it's an issue that affects us here, it affects my community of Etobicoke and all across the province. And probably all across Canada as we hear all these stories about these cars hitting all the way to Montreal. So I thank you very much for having starting this conversation today. And just like our police officers and fellows, you know, we can't do our job alone. Like you have each other's backs. I have a team here that we have each other's backs. And I just want to mention some of my colleagues who are in the room. I have Rudy Cazzetto. Maybe if you can stand, Rudy Cazzetto, Minister Parab Zakaria, Minister Khalid Rashid, and Deepak Anand. You know, we can't do our job at Queen's Park. They have my back and I have theirs, and I just am thankful that they're here today, and I know that they're always in your thoughts and you are in theirs when it comes to issues such as crime and feeling safe in your own home. First of all, I'd like to thank the Peel Region Police and the Peel Region Police Services Board for inviting me here today to participate in this important and timely summit as we continue to address the issue of auto theft. On behalf of the Premier, Solicitor General Kersner, and our government, I want to begin by thanking all of you for your commitment to keeping Ontario safe. As Parliamentary Assistant to the Solicitor General and a neighbouring MPP, being from Etobicoke, I am pleased to be back together with all of you here today with the Peel Police Services. Working together, we continue to make progress on a variety of issues. Just this past January, we joined together to launch a new partnership to address intimate partner violence in Peel Region, with funding from the government's Community Safety and Policing Grant. We demonstrated that through partnership, we make progress. Likewise, when it comes to the issue of auto theft, that's the approach we must take and continue to take, the provinces, municipalities, and police services working together. Auto theft is near the top of the list of major crime concern for communities all across Ontario. Unfortunately, here in Peel Region, over 2,600 cars were stolen between May the 1st and October 31st, 2022. And we know these situations can happen to anyone, as we saw earlier in 2022 in my own community of Etobicoke Lakeshore, a name that some of you may be familiar with. Maple Leaf's very own Mitch Marner was the unfortunate victim of a carjacking. It's not just the sudden theft of a vehicle from someone's driveway or on the road. It's the thieves will often scour neighborhoods days in advance to target what cars to steal, and these encounters can even turn violent. Thankfully, in Marner's case, no one was physically injured, but we don't know how these effects have on people. The link between auto theft and carjacking with organized crime and gun and gang violence is clear, and that is why Ontario government is acting. Since 2018, we have invested $203 million along with the federal government to fight gun and gang crime. With our investment, we are cracking down on theft, smashing carjacking rings in communities like Peel Region. We are also investing $61 million for police services to purchase new technologies, including technological capabilities to identify stolen plates in an effort to track stolen vehicles on our roadways. This includes automatic license plate recognition, or ALPR technology. ALPR technology reads thousands of license plates per minute, allowing officers to process more information on license plates and capture vehicles of interest. Over the next few weeks, the Ontario Provincial Police will be rolling out ALPR technology in every police vehicle across the province, and this is a major step forward. In addition to this, our government has allocated $6 million to the Ontario Closed Circuit Television Grant Program to help police services expand CCTV systems across the province to further prevent criminal activity and bring criminals to justice. Multiple projects funded through the ministry have supported police investigations of auto theft and carjacking networks. These have resulted in the recovery of hundreds of vehicles, along with seizures of firearms, opioids, and other harmful drugs. As we know, sometimes crimes are just not one instance, it's other issues as well. I want to give a shout out to some of the great local police work taking place right here in Peel Region and beyond. Thank you for what you do. Less than half a month ago, on February the 16th, investigators from Peel Region 12 Division Criminal Investigation Bureau charged 4 individuals, seized auto theft instruments, and laid 105 criminal charges following an active car theft investigation in Mississauga. That same day, that deserves a round of applause. That same day, right next door in the Halton region, local police seized 35 stolen vehicles worth an estimated $2.1 million headed for Dubai. Police describe this work to be organized crime network. On that note, I want to echo the point that the Solicitor General Kersner often makes. We need our federal partners to step it up when it comes to protecting our borders. The inflow of illegal weapons into our country and the outflow of stolen goods like vehicles is extremely troubling. We have been able to work in partnership, but we need the federal government to do more to combat crime and auto theft. In closing, I look forward to the conversations and new ideas that will come out of today's summit. Working with all of you, let's continue to build on our progress and implement new solutions to combat auto theft. Everyone deserves to be safe and feel safe in their own homes and in our communities. Together, let's continue to do what is hard. Let's continue to achieve what is hard to keep Ontario safe. Thank you again for having me here today, and in the spirit of your motto here at Peel Regional Police, let's continue to build a safer community together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to call to the podium Mayor Bonnie Crombie.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thanks for being with us today. I want to thank Chief Nish and all the chiefs that are joining us here this morning, in addition, of course, all the deputy chiefs and everyone from the police service. Particularly want to give a big shout out to Deputy Milenovic, who leads this file. That's right. Rob Serpe, our executive director at the Peel Police Board, my board, Peel Police Board. All the fellow mayors and elected officials that are in the room, including the MPPs that were just announced. And I noticed, I think, Ikra Hallett, a member of Parliament for Mississauga, Erin Mills, slip in as well. Ikra, welcome. So thank you all for coming together today to discuss a really important issue. This is one that crosses jurisdictions. It's not specific to Peel, nor Toronto, York, Durham, or other cities across the GTA, but it is a significant issue facing all of Ontario. We've seen a dramatic spike in the past few years, with 5,400 cars being stolen in Peel alone last year. That's 450 a month, folks. I know that COVID, along with many other factors such as supply chain issues, the lack of electronic parts, etc., has played a major role. The good news is we've had over 2,200 cars also recovered due to great policing, so thank you very much. Yeah. Auto theft is by far one of the greatest concerns that I hear about from my residents, as do my fellow councillors. And I know that while Peel Police are working diligently on this and have transferred extra supports to the auto theft unit to better support the volume of investigations, there's still a lot to be done. As a city, we're doing our part to educate residents by raising awareness about what steps that they can take to prevent themselves from auto theft and what to do if their vehicles have been stolen. I know we say this often, but this really is a very complex issue that requires everyone to work together, all stakeholders. We need all hands on deck: police, insurers, car manufacturers, all levels of government, residents, border services, the security and safety industry, and everyone else. And while I know that we aren't focusing on this today, we know that the heavy trucking and cargo thefts is also a rising concern in Peel, and one that we're working closely to address. In fact, in Mississauga, we've created a towing/trucking committee to really review and analyze these issues and determine how we can better help. And that's amongst some other issues, including carjackings, stunt driving, road racing. These are all the kinds of issues we're facing in not only Peel, but I'm sure right across the GTA. So I'm pretty happy to be here with all of you today. I know that there's going to be a lot of critical work done, and I look forward to hearing the discussions and the concrete steps that I know will come out of today, and we'll also create advocacy positions to speak with other levels of government on which and to help move forward today. So I'm delighted to see that there are elected officials from each level of government, and we will come together with all the stakeholders to make some concrete recommendations to help move forward and minimize this as an issue that we'll be dealing with going forward. So thanks everyone, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, Mayor Crombie. It's very obvious, listening to the speakers here, that this is a very serious problem, but it's also getting the support at the municipal and provincial levels as well as across various organizations. I'd like now to just briefly talk about the agenda for today. So on your table is a printed copy of the agenda. If you completed the QR code, you'll have a copy of the agenda sent to your phone immediately. And obviously it's up on the screen to my right. As we go through this, right after this, this talk here, we will have a panel discussion. The panel discussion is unique. We're going to bring Peel Regional Police and York Regional Police to the table, but we're also fortunate to have representation from Equite, Global Auto Manufacturers, and the Canadian Automobile Association. Following that, we'll take a break, and then we're going to come back and have chat with the chiefs. That's intended to be a fireside chat with 8 respective chiefs from across the GTA. They're going to be able to discuss their unique perspectives, give their insight into what they have occurring within their region. And then following that, the only change to this agenda will be is immediately following the chat with the chiefs will be a photo opportunity here in this room. We'll remove the tables. People will have an opportunity. We would invite the Region of Peel Police Services Board to have a photo op as a group. We'll also invite the Chiefs Management Group to come up and have a photo opportunity. And we'll invite anyone else who wishes to come up onto the stage and have various photos with different respected individuals. Following that, we will have our lunch. As I understand it, we may have some inclement weather on the way. So following lunch, we will still have an opportunity to meet and discuss further issues in this room, but at 2:30 there'll be a media conference over in the other room to our left. You'll see the signage as you go around to the left, and in there anyone is invited to attend. And although it will be the chair of the Peel Regional Police, Ron Chatta, as well as the chief, Nishan Duryappa, and Deputy Milinovich speaking. Everyone is welcome to speak to the media if they wish to. All right. It's at this time that I would like to invite the panel for the panel discussion to the stage. If I could invite Deputy Chief Milinovich, Brian Gast, Detective Sergeant Pat Smythe with York Regional Police, David Adams, Elliot Silverstein, and Detective Shane McFadden. Oh, watch your step, sir. Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to begin by reading the biography of Deputy Chief Milinovich, immediately to my right. Chief Milinovich began his policing career in 2000, achieving the rank of Superintendent with Halton Regional Police. As a commander of units, including the Halton Regional Police Community Mobilization Bureau, Organizational Wellness Bureau, and Human Resources, Deputy Milinovich led initiatives in service innovation, risk mitigation, and enhanced response to mental health crisis and addictions. He's also played an integral role in developing the province's first community safety and well-being plans. On May 29, 2020, he was sworn in as a Deputy Chief of the Peel Regional Police. Deputy Chief Milinovich is on the Provincial Steering Committee for the Combined Forces Special Enforcement Unit. Nationally, he presents with the Canadian Association Chiefs of Police on Intimate Partner Violence. He is also the co-chair of the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police Human Resource Committee and is on the executive sponsor of the Women's International Support Network and the South Asian Collective International Support Network. He is a graduate of the Police Leadership Program and has completed the Excellence in Executive Leadership Certificate at the Rotman School of Management. Thank you, Deputy. To his right, we are pleased to have Brian Gast join us. Brian Gast is currently the Vice President of Investigative Services Divisions at Equite Association. He brings 30 years of experience to law enforcement, including a posting as Detective Inspector of the Criminal Investigations Branch with the Ontario Provincial Police. He was the Unit Commander of the OPP Anti-Rackets Economic Crimes and Corruption Unit and the Unit Commander of the OPP Anti-Rackets Branch Provincial Identity Crimes Unit. Brian believes collaboration through public and private partnerships is essential to combat insurance crime and strives to build and maintain partnerships. Thank you, Brian. To his right is Detective Sergeant Pat Smythe with York Regional Police. Detective Sergeant Pat Smythe became an officer with York Regional Police in 1992. His background has been mainly investigative for the last 20 years, working in the drug unit, hold-up squad, intelligence unit, and district-level criminal investigations branch. He became the unit commander of the auto and cargo theft unit in October of 2019. Thank you, Pat. To his right is David Adams. David Adams is the President and CEO of Global Automakers of Canada, the National Trade Association representing 15 European, Korean, and Japanese automobile manufacturers in the Canadian market. Having served in his role for more than 15 years, David has experienced firsthand the disruption that occurred, is occurring, and will continue to occur in the automobile industry, not only in the vehicles itself, but also in the broader public policy context as issues of climate change, digitalization, global trade, and supply chains, the Internet of Things, and vehicle automation create both great challenges and great opportunities for automaker and their ICT partners. Thank you very much for joining us, David. To his right is Elliot Silverstein from the Canadian Automobile Association. As Director of Government Relations, Elliot Silverstein is responsible for managing and executing advocacy efforts for CAA in Ontario, along with their insurance operations across Canada. Since 2011, Elliot has been actively representing CAA to government and industry stakeholders on issues concerning road safety, consumer protection, and motor-related legislation. Thank you for joining us today, Elliot. To his right is Detective Shane McFadden with the Pure Regional Police. He has been a member of the Pure Regional Police for 23 years. He's had the opportunity to work in many different areas of the service, including uniform patrol, major drugs and vice, Internet Childhood Exploitation Unit, and Divisional Criminal Investigations Bureau on 2 separate postings. He has done 2 separate postings with the Central Robbery Bureau, and Detective McFadden has over 8 years of experience investigating robberies with a specific focus on carjackings. Thank you, Detective. At this time, I'd like to invite Deputy Chief Nick Milinovich to the podium for a very brief presentation. Your clicker's here.
Thank you, Matt. I won't hold it against you. You almost forgot my name, but before I get started, I would really like to double down on some of the thanks that's been provided here. I can only begin to tell you how excited I am about today. Thank you, Chair, Mayor, members of our Police Services Board, but also all the other chiefs and elected officials and other Police Service Board members that came here. And the reason why I'm so excited about this is I really feel there's an opportunity for us to make a big difference. Together, we really can create some collective impact for our communities in a space that they really require it in. And so I would start with a mission statement. And as you'll see, it feels a bit policey, but our goal collectively is to disrupt not just auto theft, but organized auto theft through enhanced enforcement measures and address the vulnerabilities, because there are vulnerabilities that are causing that auto theft. Aside from that, though, our real goal is to make sure that our communities feel as safe and secure in the homes that they live in. And the reality is right now we're having difficulties in some of our communities in establishing that. Am I a little bit too close to the mic? No, a little too far. It's the nose. Don't laugh too much, please. And I want to start with some reality. And one of the things that we collectively did, and yes, our board provided the motion, our service and our board worked together to host this event. But I really want to say to every organization here, everybody, inclusive of our industry stakeholders, really contributed to this. And the first thing we did was start to collect some of the data, because I think it's always a good starting place when we're trying to design solutions. And one of the things that I personally found surprising was that Canada has become a source country for organized auto crime. In reality, it is one of the top revenue generators for organized crime, only behind drugs and fraud. So it gives you an idea of the scope of the problem and the issue. It isn't just an Ontario issue. Having said that, the majority of the theft that is occurring in Ontario, particularly in the Greater Toronto Area. And so thankfully our partners shared some of their statistics, and I would like to walk through some of those with you in order to provide you the perspective of what's happening in your respective communities. As you've heard, in 2022, Peel had over 5,500 vehicles stolen from their community. We recovered half of those, or almost half, which equates to about $93 million. Again, it gives you an idea of the scope of the issue. Over the course of the last 5 years, we've seen vehicle thefts increase by 118%. And so it's not just the anecdotal concerns that we hear from our community. The reality is, it is becoming an increasing problem for our community. And as I said, it deeply affects the way they feel when they're living in our community. The per capita rate, which I don't know if I can get the Sorry, watch your head, guys. Right in the bottom corner there. So for every 1,000 vehicles, roughly 3.6. That's our per capita rate here in Peel. And as the chief alluded to earlier, we do hold the unfortunate title, followed closely behind Toronto, so you're not entirely off the hook. The situation is very similar in Durham. 2022, 973 vehicles stolen, which represents an increase of 171% over the course of the last 5 years. Again, in Halton, 158% increase over 5 years and reaching levels of 1,200 or over 1,200 for 2022. Thankfully, Hamilton doesn't share the same trend, and I'm going to explain that a little bit further as I continue on, or at least what we suspect to be part of that. But congratulations, Hamilton.
Thank you.
We might as well invite Niagara to stand up as well. There's always a couple in the class. But again, a decrease of 6.9%. And I don't mean to make light of it. That data really does tell us something very interesting, particularly when we start to talk about solutions and what the issues and the gaps are. OPP, 34.5%, an increase of. And now Ottawa. We will have and hear conversation about our ports, particularly Montreal. And there's a few things that I would like to point out. If you look at the services that we canvassed and the stats attached to them, the first thing I would point out is you will begin to see the increase in all of the stats that were provided around 2021. And we all know at the time we were struggling with supply shortages, there's a chip shortage, and we're going to hear a little bit about that from our industry partners and the indirect effects of those types of things on our communities, which today is unfortunately a rise in auto theft, supply and demand. Toronto, an increase of 90%, a little over 10,000 vehicles stolen from Toronto in 2022. But again, you see the increase become exponential, starts in 2021, 2022, it begins to get worse. And the bad news is, from preliminary review of the analytics that we do have, it's trending to be even worse in 2023. York, an increase of 192% over the course of the last 5 years. A little over 3,000 vehicles stolen in 2022. And so now let's look at Ontario. Only Ontario from the services that we have represented here, but also sharing their data with us. So it's a small group, but deeply affected group here in Ontario. 27,843 vehicles were stolen in 2022. And again, I would offer the asterisk of 2023, if nothing's done, it will be worse. But what that means is today, on average, we will lose 75 vehicles. It's a huge number. The revenue that is being generated from this has estimates of anywhere between well over half to $1 billion annually. So when we talk about organized crime and how they fund their activities, I think it becomes very obvious to us. We're talking about the services that are represented here in the room. In Ontario alone, granted, we have a bigger piece of the national picture. We're more deeply affected. I think the market share here, and we'll hear more from our partners, but Canada's market share is probably not even a tenth of the American. But we're beginning to reach those levels of auto theft here in Canada. So if we're looking for an opportunity to create change and invest in something that makes our communities feel better and safer in their homes, this is an absolute glaring opportunity for us. And we will do more from a policing perspective. I'm going to pass this back over to Matt, but what you need to understand is, as I mentioned, all of our partners contributed to the analytics. We created, which I talked about, our mission, the mission statement, or what we want to do, the shared vision of the group, which is really enhance our community's feelings of safety and well-being, but we want to affect and disrupt the issue that we've just demonstrated here. We've done the analysis. We have also done a tremendous amount of consultation, and so I want to thank everybody in this room for their contributions to that consultation. From it, we have developed really 3 themes that we would like to table for discussion here today. And from these 3 themes is where we believe we are going to build the strategy that ultimately will make a difference, help us achieve the vision, and make our communities feel safer. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Deputy. All right. This brings us to the part of this summit that I'm really excited about. This is the actual panel discussion. And this is where we get to hear from our investigators, we get to hear from our organizations, and we get to hear from our partners about issues that are ongoing. Deputy Milinovich identified as one of the priorities we have up here is enforcement. What I will say is that we want to hear from everybody, or at least a couple people from the panel on each question, but we'd also like the people in the audience to ask a question or two as well, following my questions. So I'm going to present a question to them, and they're going to respond. And if you have any clarifying questions, please raise your hand or stand up. There'll be people walking around in the back with microphones. You'll be able to ask a question. All I would ask is that your question be directed specifically towards the topic at hand, of course, and that it be a single layer question. Okay, so if we look at this strategic priority of enhanced enforcement through provincial and multi-jurisdictional joint forces unit to disrupt organized crime and auto theft, I'm going to ask a question of the panel here. What has changed? What is different about auto theft today? Deputy?
We can just jump in here, Matt?
Absolutely.
Excellent. I think really what has changed about auto theft is it's not just auto theft anymore. It's highly organized. And it isn't an issue that any one service really can or should address on its own. It's cross-jurisdictional, it's interprovincial, transnational. The majority of our vehicles and the large seizures that we're seeing are really being redirected after a slight cooling off period to ports in Montreal and traveling through a number of jurisdictions. So we have seen the success of joint forces operations, but, you know, and from my perspective, I really believe a more cohesive and long-term enforcement strategy which sees all of the affected services drawn together to combat organized crime is the way to go. It's not joyriding anymore. It's lucrative and revenue generating.
Thank you, Deputy. Anyone else from our panel want to respond to that question?
If I could also jump in as well. As it's been well spoken of already, the supply and demand is the main issue. Like, we know that it's been well publicized that there's a lack of supply in I believe it's the semiconductor chips, and I'll let my counterpart speak to that a little more as it comes up, but that's impacting the amount of vehicles that are physically out there. If you look at your average car dealership, they're at 10% of the vehicles that they would have had in the past, over the past 3 years. So just a simple supply and demand of those vehicles is now creating an opportunity for the criminals who do what they do, and that's exploiting an opportunity. So then they're taking these vehicles and they're shipping them somewhere else that's now paying a premium for these vehicles. So from like a simple answer to what's changed, like it's pure profitability. There's such an opportunity for that monetary gain for them.
Thank you, Pat.
Maybe if I could just chime in as well. I think you're absolutely right. It is a demand-focused issue, and I think that's part of the problem. Is that if there's a way that we can somehow stem the demand, then we might address the issue more comprehensively in terms of auto theft. And what I mean by that is, we do need to figure out a way to stop vehicles from exiting via the Port of Montreal. I mean, the port is well aware of the issue. I think everybody, including the thieves, obviously, are well aware of the issue as well. So we need to look at addressing that challenge. And that challenge is going to be exacerbated by the fact that the port is planning on expanding its operations significantly as well. So really the port comes under federal government's authority, under the Minister of Transport. We've had dialogue with the Minister of Transport and also with the Minister of Public Safety's office. So I think we need a broader collaboration beyond just at a provincial level, but also at a federal level as well.
Great, thank you.
I'll add in as well that I think in this particular case, what's changed is that there's greater awareness by consumers. You know, a lot of times people will hear about thefts, but now it's happening so frequently that people are paying attention, and there's an opportunity through this to look at ways to help educate consumers, drivers, on how to take steps to avoid their vehicle from being stolen. So there's different ways, part of the conversation, to try and empower drivers to take the steps they need. So I think, you know, through this, there's a lot more awareness than there has been in the past.
Thank you, Elliot. Do we have any questions? Yes. Is there a, sorry.
I appreciate that. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for doing this. My question is specifically around the distinction between prosecution versus disruption. And I know that this is a multi-jurisdictional issue, and there are task forces that are in operation right now. I'm just wondering if, based on your experience, are we looking more at foreign actors working in Canada? Are we looking at Canadians? And then is the focus really on disruption as opposed to prosecution and putting the bad guys in jail? Or are we just looking to cease and desist and to move on until the next organization gets wind of what's going on and try to be more creative in stealing these cars?
Well, I think if we look at that and start to break that down, from a disruption point of view, it is obviously something we're very interested in attempting to kind of quell the amount of thefts that we're having. Referencing the overseas element, yes, there absolutely is a strong contingent because that's where the majority of our vehicles are going. From what we've seen through partnership with our federal government friends, the CBSA and the RCMP, the majority of our vehicles do end up either in the Middle East or Africa. We see there's multiple dealerships over there, and I'm not going to take anything away from my friend Brian sitting to my left, but you know, he's going to talk about some elements. But if you look at just in the UAE itself, we know of several dealerships there where there's hundreds of Canadian cars sitting on their lot. As the sea containers travel overseas, there's multiple locations where they may either stop, which are not their destination ports. So we try and intercept them, obviously, with our CBSA friends before they get outside of Canada. But the sheer volume of containers that they have to deal with on any given day, like they have roughly, if I'm not mistaken, around 2 million containers traveling just outside of the Port of Montreal. So that breaks down to roughly about 6,000 containers per day. So just the sheer volume and the staffing that they currently have to try and contend with that, to be able to inspect all those containers. I mean, I don't want to specifically talk about any tradecraft secrets or investigative techniques that we use, but you know, they've got their hands full trying to deal with this. Now when we get to the overseas portion, if we can't identify them leaving Canada, or after they've left Canada, I apologize, there's a time period where they're on the water, and then through liaison with either the RCMP or our CBSA friends in ports across in Europe or the Middle East, or sorry, in the Mediterranean, there's various locations where we attempt to intercept those, and then before they get to their final destination ports. And usually the final destination ports are in the Middle East or in the UAE. Or in other areas within Africa. From a prosecutional point, that's a completely different animal. Unfortunately, this is viewed as a property crime offense. And I'm sure we'll go into it a little more down the road, exactly how organized it is, because I can speak to that. But until we start looking at this differently from a prosecution point, like, some things need to change. So, okay, thank you. Sorry, let me touch on one other thing. So we finished, like, about a couple of months ago, we finished a project. It was a joint forces project between the majority of the GTA police forces. And with that, we had, I think there was 51 arrests were made. We recovered like 215 or 220 vehicles, plus ones that are still coming in that are unfortunately had made it across the water. But 51 arrests were made. All of those people were granted bail, every one. So, and some of them were multiple-time repeat offenders that we arrested in the same project, but they still were granted bail. So, yeah, it's a problem, yes.
And I would, I'm sorry, I would just maybe jump in and top that up on the topic of prosecution and policing being the panacea of a solution. We have done, like, our organization has engaged in more joint forces operations, made more seizures, and laid more charges than we ever have in our history. And we continue to see that the enforcement and prosecution alone without changes is not effective. Something needs to change, and I think this is why one of the reasons when we talked about the excitement in the room, there are people and organizations in this room that hold a piece of that equation that needs to be done in tandem with enforcement, prosecution, and police efforts.
Thank you very much, Deputy. Are there any other questions? Oh, there's lots of questions. And all I'd ask is that you please introduce yourself.
Yeah, Mike Cole, City Councillor, Toronto. Is there anybody here from the Manufacturers Association, the automobile manufacturers?
He's holding his hand up just a little.
Okay. You know, with all this incredible technology we have and driverless cars, and how is it possible that in this day and age we can't stop car thefts that have become so easy? Any moron can steal a car. Why can't you guys develop a system to disable these cars so we could save these hundreds of millions of dollars that we're wasting chasing these criminals to Nigeria and UAE, where our police have got other things to do? So why can't we get that done?
Well, it's a good question. I appreciate the question. And I think that's the challenge that we have. I think is that too often this issue is viewed as a bit of a technology problem when it's not. Folks in the audience may not be aware that Canada actually has more robust standards than the US does as far as immobilizer technology on vehicles, for instance. It's required in Canada, not required in the US. They do have a parts marking system available in the US. So it's not a technology problem. And why I say that is because, and Nick alluded to it earlier on, in Canada, we actually have the same level, even though we're a tenth of the size of the US market, the same level of auto theft as we do in the United States. So it's not a technology problem per se. Can manufacturers do better in terms of hardening the systems that they have in the vehicle? Yeah, they sure can, and we're all working on that. But the other reality is that the thieves are either nipping at our heels or in some cases further ahead than vehicle manufacturers in terms of the technology that they're employing. To one of the comments that was made earlier on, we're not talking about kids stealing cars, we're talking about well-financed, organized stuff that is really funding all sorts of other problems for our society, whether it's guns, human trafficking, drug trafficking, and so on. So this whole issue has much broader implications than just stealing cars. I think that's why we're here, because the vehicle manufacturers are here to be part of the solution. And I think one of the things that I would say in terms of looking at this issue is that it's the story we all heard as kids in terms of, you know, people going to different parts of an elephant. Some are feeling the tusk, some are feeling the trunk, some are feeling the tail, some are feeling the leg. and they all have a different vision of how to solve this problem, but they only have a very small picture. So I think I appreciate being invited to the summit, being part of it, because all of us need to see the whole elephant and figure out how we're going to solve this problem together.
Thank you very much. Sir, you have a microphone here?
Can I just touch on one thing before we get into that question? I apologize. I agree with you regarding the last comments that were made, but the only vehicles that are generally being targeted in this style of theft it's electronic attacks. It's not cutting keys. It's not, and I realize that maybe that's not necessarily as prevalent as it was in the past, but I know for myself, speaking from a personal perspective, my wife drives one of the most common stolen vehicles that's out there, but we bought that vehicle in 2020 at that point in time, and I intentionally didn't move up a model even though I was being pushed to. But it's basically a push button start vehicle, and I didn't want that. And the reason I didn't want it, now I'm in a unique position in that, I manage an office that just solely investigates car theft, so maybe I'm a little more aware than most, but I have no interest in that. And my vehicle, sits in my driveway right now, and I don't have a lot of fear of it going. Now I say that, and tomorrow it'll get stolen, but but as of right now, up to this point, where I see all other vehicles that are of a similar make that I know are a push-button start vehicle and can be attacked from an electronic perspective, they're getting stolen on my street, and I see it all the time. So the old, and I realize this isn't the only way, but the simple key turn that can't be attacked by, and I'm not going to go into what the variant attacks that they're using, but I would say that 95% or 98% of the attacks out there are electronic based. So.
Yeah, and there's no doubt there's a multiplicity of attack vectors for a vehicle, and I think the problem has been exacerbated by the fact that we have connected cars as well. So most of the new cars are connected somehow to the internet, so that affords another new opportunity, and I'm sure a lot of you have seen the videos where white hats have hacked into certain vehicles and taken over control of the vehicles. So vehicle manufacturers are not ignoring the challenges that come from the transformation from essentially a mechanical device to, as you mentioned, to essentially an electronic device, a computer on wheels. Moving from a mechanical device to an electronic device does afford many more opportunities for potential theft, and that's something that manufacturers are continually working on to try and mitigate those challenges that come from those opportunities.
Okay, thank you very much. Sir?
Al Boughton. Hello. Al Boughton, Peel Police Services Board. Hi, guys. On Monday in the Globe and Mail, page A6, there was an article in there about auto theft. And it talked about a Highlander. I think that's a Toyota, is it? Anyway, it said in there that there's disabling devices that are available that you can put on the vehicle if it's stolen. It also said that if you put it on, you void your warranty on those vehicles. And as I was reading this, my accountant called, and she had just had an attempt on her vehicle, phoned Peel Police, who she raved about the way it was handled, and called the dealership, and they told her the same thing, exactly why I was reading the article. So why is it a disabling device is available, and yet the manufacturers will void your warranty if you put it in?
I can't speak to that particular situation. I don't know, only because I don't know whether that's the case or not. I'm here to sit down with everybody to try and find solutions. I'm not necessarily here to point fingers at anybody or any entity in this chain. I think we've all got a collective responsibility to try and solve the vehicle theft problem, and that's what I'm here to do with everybody's assistance. I think the reality is, what I can speak to, I think, though, is that, going back to the comments I made earlier on, this is a sophisticated operation. You've got sophisticated thieves that have a spec list, if you want to call it that, of particular vehicles that they are looking for. Those vehicles tend to be sport utility vehicles. They tend to be pickup trucks. They tend to be vehicles that are reliable. They tend to be vehicles that have a high degree of parts availability. And those are the vehicles that end up, on Brian's top 10 list, and I'm sure he can speak to that as well. And look, the manufacturers have no interest in seeing, vehicles stolen. I mean, I've heard people say, well, it's in the manufacturer's interest because then they can sell somebody another car. Well, it's already been noted, the situation over the past 2.5 years or so has been that there aren't any cars available. So no manufacturer wants a consumer to have their vehicle stolen, to be put in a situation where not only do they not have a vehicle, they've got the insurance companies also supplying perhaps a rental vehicle for God knows how long, and then they have to wait for months, if not longer, to get a new vehicle. So they're concerned about their brand reputation. They're concerned about the fact that they may actually have a defection from their brand to some other brand. So we're looking to try and solve this problem because it is an important issue for the auto manufacturers.
Thank you. If I'm listening, I just want to sum up what's been said so far, because there's obviously a lot of passion surrounding this topic, and there's a lot of different angles that are coming about. If I'm listening to what's being said, first and foremost, underlying all of this, there needs to be a unilateral cognitive shift surrounding auto theft. This isn't about kids going out joyriding. This isn't about just taking an auto and driving it for a few kilometers and dumping it. This is about organized crime. This is fueling organized crime. If I'm listening to what the panel is saying, that's sort of the underlying issue. It's all about money. And supply and demand curves overseas dictate what's being stolen here. And efforts are not simple. We're not able to just all of a sudden flip a switch and solve this problem today. If we could, we would. But that's not quite possible. But I'm going to ask the panel, the next question I'd like to ask the panel is, what are first steps? What can we start to do now in order to start to deal with this problem?
I'll maybe, and exclusive to the topic of enforcement, and I've mentioned it once before, I'll say it again, I really think we need to develop a provincial auto theft unit. It's, again, sounds very basic. I recognize it's not going to solve all of the issues, but the very nature of the crime, the way it's being committed, how it's generating revenue, to me would dictate the need for broader efforts outside of individual jurisdictions or short-term joint forces operations. Of course, all of the other things that we talked about, really ownership from a variety of sectors and industry, I think we get into those as well. But yeah, those conversations need to continue. And the way I see it is everybody owns one piece of the equation, which ultimately becomes the solution. And that's how we're going to make a difference.
And I just want to highlight a couple of things before we move on, that I just want to reinforce what Deputy Milinovich had spoken about earlier. We have a unique and different perspective in the fact that our investigators work across the country. We work in different provinces with a variety of police services, municipally, provincially, and nationally. And I can say that this has become to the point of a crisis in Canada. Canada is now a source country. Other countries are targeting Canadian vehicles to be stolen, and it's grown extremely significantly in the last year. 2022, it grew to over $1 billion. That's the market that we're talking about when it comes to the financial implications. And then if you look at that over $1 billion, Ontario alone represents 650 million of that. So again, you talk about the great stats, the proximity to the ports. When you have your GTA police services jurisdictions, you have Ottawa. We are definitely being targeted, and the GTA in Ontario specifically is feeling the majority of that. If you look at the recovery rates in Ontario for the top 10 vehicles that are stolen, they go down as low as 15% recovery rate. And that's significantly low considering that the national average is about 70–75%. Contrast that to Alberta, when your average recovery rate is 80–85–90%. That tells us that these vehicles are being stolen for the purposes of export. It's a high value market. There's significant profit in it. We have vehicles that are across the world. We have over 400 in Nigeria. We have over 200 in Italy. We have vehicles in Malta, vehicles in Belgium, and the market is lucrative. They're able to get them out. And a lot of, I would say, law enforcement is doing a terrific job with these thefts. The issues are a lot of the times these vehicles are stolen at 2 o'clock in the morning and they're already at the Port of Montreal before it's even reported stolen. So the work that the law enforcement does with targeting the organized crime groups, and it's a bit of a challenge because you take one organized crime group down and now a new one pops up just because it is so significantly lucrative that everybody is in the market. We work with Interpol a lot, and they are very clear to say that this is a way of funding organized crime, and they'll go as far as saying that it funds terrorism as well. So now we're talking about what Pat said earlier, that this is more than a victimless crime. This is not just a property crime. This is where these vehicles are being utilized. You can call it trade-based money laundering. You can call it commodity-based money laundering. They're getting a commodity out of Canada, overseas. They're selling a vehicle that might sell for $100,000 here for $150,000, $200,000 US there. There's a huge lucrative market. They're using it to commit other crimes, and it's a significant issue. So again, the fact that we're here today, I've never seen anything like this, a collection of everybody working together. I commend Peel Regional Police and the Police Services Board and the Chief and Deputy Milinovich for organizing this, because it's really the collaboration and cooperation, working together at all levels, private and public partnerships, sharing of information, sharing of resources. Everybody do not have finite resources, so sharing resources and coming up with a plan is significant. So again, the financial element to it and reducing that demand overseas, because right now, sophisticated criminals, as you know, 2007, 2008, Transport Canada mandated that all vehicles have immobilizers built on board from the manufacturer. Since that time, sophisticated criminals, and I know we're live streaming, so like Pat, I won't get into the specifics of how they're being stolen, but I can say that what used to take several minutes to steal a vehicle can now be done in about 15 seconds. So technology advanced significantly, and it's that constant communication with the manufacturers, making them aware of the vulnerabilities and working together. And I can't say enough about the collaboration, cooperation, working together. And again, no one organization is going to combat this on their own and be successful on their own. So this is a great start to a good future.
Thank you very much. As I understand, did you have a question, sir?
Hello? Yeah. I'm MPP Rudy Cazzetto. Be honest, I've had 3 vehicles stolen over the years myself, and they were all key start. They weren't electronic start. As well, I've worked in the automotive industry for 31 years for Ford Motor Company. I know we're talking about cars that are being exported across. And to be honest, one of my neighbor's car was one of the ones that were found in Malta. It was on the transport truck. So it was very funny to see my neighbor's car on the transport truck. But we haven't looked at the chop shops. Everybody knows what a chop shop is. And a lot of parts are being used on cars that have been in accidents. And because of the supply chain, more of that has been happening. Have we looked at registering the parts that are going into these cars that are being repaired? Like some jurisdiction, you have to register the parts by the serial number. So you know what scrapyard they've come from. This way, there's less of a chance of a car being stolen just for the parts for those vehicles.
Yeah, I'm assuming that question's directed at me, so I'll take a shot at it. Yeah, you're right. I mean, in the U.S. in particular, there are parts marking jurisdictions where, and Brian can probably speak to this as well, where certain components of the vehicle have parts that are marked with a vehicle registration number, vehicle identification number on them. Is that a solution? It probably helps, but I think the reality is that anecdotally, I had a conversation from folks out in BC that we're talking about theft of catalytic converters because of the valuable components inside the catalytic converters. And the suggestion was, well, if we put, the VIN number on the catalytic converter, that would offset this. And I guess our challenge is that it becomes, it becomes back to the question of organized theft. And we've got vehicles with vehicle identification numbers on them that are leaving the country. So parts marking might address part of the challenge, but I think catalytic converters is a good example. If you've got, a truckload of catalytic converters coming to somebody, even if they're parts marked, the reality is they're probably being done illicitly in terms of, taking them where they can be melted down and the parts separated and that kind of thing. I mean, to the comments that have already been made, it's going to require a multifaceted solution to get to the issue of not only vehicle theft, but parts theft and parts utilization as well.
Could I just add to that? That question raised a good point. I don't want to make give the indication that all vehicles are being stolen for export. I would say that's the biggest bucket, but chop shop would probably be about third. But the second, I would say, would be the revinning. That's something that we haven't talked about today, and there's a very significant public interest part of that, the consumer protection piece, where people are spending out their hard-earned dollars on what they believe to be a good second-hand vehicle, only to find out that professional criminals, organized crime groups are taking advantage of the supply chain issue. They're stealing a car, they're revinning it, they're selling it to unsuspecting consumers, so that consumer may have spent $50,000, $60,000 only to find that that's a stolen vehicle. So we're working with law enforcement to combat that. And again, I won't get into the numbers, but the number of those types of vehicles in Ontario and across the country are significant. And again, that's a significant consumer protection piece that we're working with law enforcement to address, because that is a big bucket of stolen vehicles that organized crime group, again, are behind.
We have a number of questions in the audience here, and we're going to try to get to as many as we can. Yes, ma'am.
Is it on? Okay. I'm Councillor Frances Nunziata, Vice Chair of Toronto Police Services Board. Thank you very much for the presentation, but what I want to ask is, what is the role of the shipping companies? And to me, it sounds like they're making a huge profit, so what is their role? Obviously, they're quite aware of what's happening, and
maybe I could touch on that for you. When we talk about how well organized this is, there's multiple levels within it, and a shipper is definitely one of the elements within it. Through investigation over the years, we've identified, and not to make this just a police issue, because it's not, but one of the elements when you go to its most base level is what we would call a scout. What they do is they'll go through the neighborhoods, they'll take pictures of VINs, like your public VIN plate on the front of your vehicle, they'll take a picture of that, and then they'll share that with someone else. The next element up from that, or a next roll up from that, we would call like a type of runner. And a runner would drive the vehicles they would either take them to a cooling off location, or they might take them to a location, shipping location, or they might take them to another location, such as they might take them directly out of province immediately to Quebec. Then we get to the next level, which would kind of be your thief. And with each one of these, now you go up a level in payment as well. So I don't really want to, we do kind of, as a result of investigations and a result of interviews, we've established basically a payment level that they receive. And some of it is pretty shocking how well they're paid. But when you go to that next thief level, they're the ones that are kind of organizing a theft crew per se. So they might be running a crew of, and when I speak to a crew, I'm referring to, 4 or 5 individuals or 3 to 4 individuals that would be out with them. But the thief is the one that actually, the proper thief is the one that actually steals the vehicle. So they're the one that would know how to operate the electronic hardware to take the vehicle. Once the vehicle travels from there, now we move into the question you're asking, and I apologize for being long-winded about that, but the next level up would be that shipper. Now, the actual shipper, the majority of the time, these shippers, they're paid fairly well and they're paid per vehicle, but they are at best a lower mid-level individual involved in the operation. They generally, the thieves are told where to drop the vehicles. The shipper would take the vehicles, obviously load them into a container either in Ontario or in Quebec. They would then, after they're containerized, they're put on a train and sent to, usually through the Montreal port, and then onto a ship, and then overseas it goes. Kind of when you move up from that, then you get into more of an organizer level, and the payment level obviously differs a fair amount. So from a shipper perspective, in regard to what you're asking, there's a certain amount of knowledge and awareness as to what's occurring with a shipper, but generally they are shipping exactly what it is. They might ship cars on one day, they might ship something else on another day. When these containers are, the difference with them is there's a certain amount of knowledge involved when they're putting vehicles in their containers that don't come with original keys. The locks are damaged. They're being loaded into containers at 3 and 4 in the morning, not during regular business hours. So, did that answer your question? I'm sorry. It is it's definitely an area that we look at, of course. Well, every active investigation or every active joint forces operation that we work on will involve multiple shipping yards. Yes, I agree with that. It comes down to the issue when it comes to court from a prosecutional point of view is their knowledge of the stolen vehicles. Did they know? And that's what the Crown struggle with from a defense perspective. Correct.
I would maybe just jump in really quickly, and I don't want to jump ahead. When we originally started talking about this, we mentioned that during our conversations and our analysis of what a strategy could look like, there were generally 3 themes. And we've heard and really been talking about collaboration. And that was the second theme. So this has been really, really interesting for me. And again, sorry, Matt, I don't want to jump ahead, but we've talked about the role that manufacturers have to play in this. The need to potentially consider any sort of legislative reform, technology, exporters. You are, ma'am, absolutely correct in that all of those people, they have ownership of this issue, and they need to be a part of it, which is why when we developed the second theme, it was we really need to establish a multi-sectoral executive, and not just people who are passively participating, but decision makers, and people that can actually make changes and decisions to help bring down the issues that we're experiencing. So, and I think probably the majority of the comments that we've had over the last 15 minutes have been centered around the idea that the only way we're going to address this is not just by enforcement, but by the right people being involved and us being organized by what we're trying to achieve, not by who we represent. Sorry, Matt.
Oh, no need for apologies, of course. You have a question, and then right afterwards, Chair Chatta will have another question.
Merci beaucoup. Suzanne Valiquet from the Ottawa Police Services Board. Fascinating. To me, this sounds like a crisis. We're in a crisis. And I'm wondering if you've given more thought. To me, it all starts with the consumer. How can we educate the consumer? What are we doing to bring this to their attention? We already know what types of vehicles are the ones that are preferred. The people who own those vehicles need to know what the situation is. And what can we give them? What can we provide to them? What kind of a public awareness campaign can we do province-wide? So I'm wondering if you have any comments on that, if you've given some thought to the public side and how we get them to be our first partner in fighting this. Thank you.
So maybe I'll take a first stab at responding to this. I think it's a great question because, you know, we talk a lot about the macro issues, what's happening at ports and so forth. But this is really a collective effort. And I think we do have to start looking at the lowest common denominator, which is the driver. And they are greatly aware of what's going on. You know, we're hearing stories about repeat situations where they get a car stolen, they get another car, and it's stolen again. And they say, you know, what happened? And you say to yourself, you know, what protective measures have you taken? What have you changed? You know, from our perspective at CAA, we've tried to educate consumers that if you have two vehicles, to change the order of how you park your cars. Like, try to do things even in a small scale to make it harder. You know, even using some of the traditional materials like a club and putting that on your vehicle to do that. But, you know, going back in history, you know, we've done a lot of work working with law enforcement across the province on issues like distracted driving. And it's been a consolidated effort where, you know, we've used, you know, long weekends to educate consumers and tell people what they need to know. And this is a situation where we need everybody working together. And I think there's no disagreement that we'd all come to the table, but we do need to educate and to inform, help people take corrective measures where they can as we fight that bigger fight. But I think consumers are definitely, they need to hear it from everybody, whether it be law enforcement, safety agencies, insurance companies, whatever it may be. But you're absolutely right. It has to happen, and it has to happen soon.
And I think that that public awareness piece is significant. And we're fortunate to have international partners around the globe. What happens in South Africa today, we'll see it in a couple of months. That's been loud and clear examples of that happening. We always, with police services, with our U.S. partners, or international partners, we always try to message consistently, making sure that everybody's aware of the potential risks and the ways that they can protect themselves. Some of the things that we've seen, and I'm not endorsing any one company, but I'm just giving you an example. Companies such as TAG, it's a tracking service out of Quebec. It gives the ability to track a vehicle once it's stolen, but it also has a preventative piece because it does have etched that it is a TAG equipped vehicle, that it does have trackability to it. What's significant about that, and again, not endorsing any one company, just giving you an example of some of the effectiveness around it, it has pushed a lot of the organized crime groups that typically are stealing vehicles in Quebec to Ontario. So now you are having organized crime groups on a daily, nightly basis coming to steal vehicles in Ontario. That's just one example of aftermarket type events that are products that can be successful. And to your point, every fall, November, December, we have a top 10 stolen vehicle list that we produce with those tips. And again, we always work with law enforcement, everybody in this room, just to make sure that our messaging is consistent, because although there's ways to defeat every one of those in mass, if everybody does take those preventative measures, it will make a difference. But again, as everybody speaks of today, not one thing is going to be successful, but when you put it together in totality, everything does go to combating auto theft to the crisis that it's at right now. Just
further to speak to what Brian just mentioned as well, all these kind of aftermarket items that we're putting in these vehicles, they're generally to recover the vehicles. But I think the kind of the underlying element is here is how do we prevent the vehicles from being stolen, right? Like I think we do a very good job working with all of our partners to get these vehicles recovered, whether it be here or across the pond. And from a policing perspective, most of the time we're fairly reactive, and we do our best to be proactive. But when it comes, I think with the panel we've got here and with the individuals that we're working with today, like it's a real opportunity to maybe affect that prevention element, which if the vehicles aren't stolen, then we're not having to recover them.
I would maybe just, because, you know, and again, I don't want to jump ahead, but I think it's definitely worth the conversation. Like, prevention is, you know, it's the underpinning of policing and community safety and well-being. It's one of those things that, you know, the more investment and energy we place into it, the better. So, you know, the way I look at it is when you collect the right people in a room with the stage that they carry with them outside of policing, because we tend to communicate very traditionally, police services do, but there's an opportunity to expand that outside of our own circles and the people that may consume those messages. We've had some really, really creative conversations about, like, is there an opportunity to ask manufacturers to send preventative messaging to people very similar to the way that they do recall notices, those types of things. And, you know, to the credit of the manufacturers that we have been discussing that with, they're open to the idea. But it's that creativity in using what we know is being very effective in a less traditional way that I believe is going to help broaden that message. Today's another example of that. But absolutely agree.
Thank you, Ron Chatta here from the Police Service Board. Before I ask a question, I want to acknowledge Mayor Patrick Brown from the board here as well with us. Thank you, Patrick. My main question was regards the shipping line one. I met someone a couple of days back, and the individual mentioned it to me that if there is a way that it's a mandatory for the shipping lines to hold those containers even for a week, this problem can be solved or come down to very less. Because as someone mentioned from this panel, that the moment the vehicle gets stolen and the shipping lines just ship them before even the person report the individual, whoever's vehicle got stolen. So what are, how we can tight on the shipping line, and or maybe if, I don't know if too big to ask, if we make sure, or somehow the government, I don't know which level of government, but if some sort of we can put together, if a full load of used vehicle is going through the shipping lines, there has to be some sort of police clearance before they ship those vehicle out through those containers. That is one in regards to the shipping line. And the second one is, I think it's a bit of the bigger question, but as Deputy Milanovic mentioned, that Canada is the supplier to the rest of the world, to the used vehicle, especially with the way it get to those countries. If there is some sort of temporary ban of the used vehicle export from Canada at all, like not by the road, by road we can only send to US, I'm talking about more through the containers. Some sort of temporary ban, only the used vehicle. And once no one can send it out, I guess. So I don't know who will answer my second question, but I'm looking for the first one to answer. Sorry, Mayor Crump?
Apple tags. Oh, just, we were talking about the tags company that does that in Quebec. What about Apple tags? Is that as simple? Is that protective?
Which one would you like us to go first with? Okay, can you just repeat the first question for us again, please, because we were just, so we have it.
The shipping container ones, if there's a mandatory that they have to hold for a week,
right,
or if a police clearance from the local police, wherever the shipping company is, or if there is some sort of basically in regards to.
Sure. Okay, maybe I can touch on that. So, again, with coordination with our members from the CBSA, which, as I stated before, we work hand in hand with, the shipping containers as a whole, maybe we are more interested in identifying how individuals are able to rent or lease a shipping container to now have it travel overseas, because the problem that we face is, sure, it would be great for us to be able to identify, yes, they're used cars, yes, they're used parts that are traveling with a shipping container, but quite often the people that, the thieves and the shippers and whoever is organizing this, they don't actually put it as car parts or used vehicles. It may come across as mattresses, or it may come across as grain. It could come across as anything. So identifying maybe the commonalities that are within, that we might look for and identify, that might, those kind of flags that would interest us won't be there. And unfortunately, the people that are filling out the information and paying for these, they're using phone numbers that aren't valid. They're using credit cards that are either fraudulently purchased or fraudulently used, and they're using aliases, which aren't real names. So quite often, a lot of these containers, so if you're asking for a hold, like as I stated earlier, with the containers that are going just through Montreal alone, it's 6,000 containers a day, and it's a big business. So I agree with you, it would be great if we were able to hold that, but quite challenging.
So I guess what can we do in that regard? And you know, some may be familiar with what are known as VACUS machines, which are essentially large X-ray machines that you can essentially drive a truck through, and they can X-ray what's actually inside the container. But to the point that's been made, the manifest normally doesn't say we've got cars or car parts. It's something else. So that's one potential solution. But again, that requires resources. You know, from our perspective, I think you probably need a more strategic approach to things. And I think what we would suggest is that the federal government really does need to acknowledge that it has a responsibility with respect to this issue. And that's an issue of health and safety for Canadians. It's also an issue of significant economic cost to insurers and to consumers. And it's also an issue with respect to Canada's international reputation. I mean, it's been, Brian acknowledged that Canada is well known as you know, an export jurisdiction for vehicles. So I think if that's the situation that we're in, then, and we do have certain obligations under the United Nations with respect to declarations that we've signed financing terrorism. Well, that's where all this money is going. We also, from our perspective, need a strategic focus by the Ministry of Public Safety and in conjunction with Transport Canada to undertake an enforcement blitz. We think at the Port of Montreal, we can't solve all the problems, but if we did a blitz, that would allow us to maybe baseline the situation that we're at. I think we get a clearer sense of the size of the problem, and we'd be able to send a message to the thieves that the Port of Montreal is no longer you know, a straight throughput overseas. I think we also need to look at convening a strategic task force under the Minister of Public Safety that would include all the parties that are here today, including the port, determine how we can all work better together and produce a call to action report with short, medium, and longer term solutions to this issue.
And just to add to that, the conversations around shipping, and I think it's twofold. One, maybe a jurisdictional scan, what other countries are doing when it comes to exporting vehicles, registering vehicles in advance, having a clear understanding of what's on the manifest. That's great for vehicles that, as Pat said, aren't being disguised as other things, dishwashers or whatever the case may be. And then that's where the collaboration, cooperation, and information sharing comes in together, identifying those trends and patterns when it comes to the shipping, the individuals, identifying those ones that need a further examination to identify, open up those containers. So as discussed about the Blitz, we actually currently have teams at various ports throughout Canada that on a regular basis do inspections and seizures at the ports. And then Pat will be able to speak specifically as to some of the projects and the successes when it comes to the blitzes. But there is absolutely a clear place for that, having a process that is prioritized in the export of vehicles and the identifying of the vehicles that are being exported. But really that jurisdictional scan, identifying what other countries are doing. There's been some successes. Again, it's a bit of a long road, but something that could be explored. And just one example of some of the great discussion from today as to areas that could be explored, what can be done with those shippers. And again, there's legitimate shippers, and then there's the completely synthetic groups that have nothing. There's just a bogus company behind that name. So there's a lot of work to be done. And again, I've said this numerous times, but collaboration, working together. Everybody has a part in this, from the consumer to all of us in the room today, and those that aren't, the shippers, CBSA, law enforcement, insurance, financial companies. Again, the list goes on and on and on, but this is a great first step.
Just touching on apologize. Touching on that kind of interdiction element, we've done that here as well. We've done that at our various yards, at the CP and CN yard. If we usually get some early success, but it's not something that, if you can imagine the amount of business and disruption to CP or CN when we're now potentially slowing down trains, which we can't allow to happen because it's millions of dollars for them. And then when we have that early success, word gets around through the drivers very quickly, and then those containers divert to somewhere else or don't come that day, because quite frequently they just don't arrive.
Tanner, Chief of Police in Halton. A couple of comments. First of all, thank you to all the panelists. It's incredible information for our police partners and for our boards and others that are here. I think as Nish and Nick have highlighted, and the rest of you, the main solutions to this issue is collaboration first and technology. I appreciate CAA and the education that you'll be able to do, and clubs and whatever have you. From the manufacturer's point of view, I think we have to get to some sort of multiple authentication. It's hard. The thief could steal my computer and not turn it on, but they could steal my car, and that's sort of an embarrassment to us. But when we look at the national and international issue, and over $1 billion a year, most of that going overseas, through Montreal probably. It's certainly not the Montreal police wholly responsible for looking at the Port of Montreal. I've been to the Port of Montreal. It's massive, I get that. But this is a national issue. So while I know Minister Kersner is meeting with Minister Mendocino today about border issues and bail review, we have the issue coming into Canada of handguns. We have the issue of cars going out of Canada. There's X-ray technology. And there's two national organizations here that we need to leverage and that need to play a bigger part when it comes to the ports. And it's not just CBSA, it's also the RCMP. This is a national crime issue, and I know the RCMP are stretched in so many things that they do, in municipal contract policing and everything else. We need to get that national policing and CBSA input and involvement in these ports and cut off the export of these vehicles to hurt organized crime the most.
Thank you, Chief. There was another question out there. There's a few more questions out there.
Good morning. My name is Imran Hassan. I'm the chair for PO Crime Stoppers, and I want to thank our friends at Peel Regional Police and the Police Services Board for taking this leadership and organizing this summit. We've heard from some of our stakeholders about the importance of providing information in the form of safety tips, and we applaud that. We've also talked about some tools that CA has mentioned in the form of clubs, as well as tire boots, perhaps. The one thing that we're not talking about that I haven't heard yet, and I'd like to invite Mayor Patrick Brown to add on to the conversation, is the leadership in Brampton in distributing something known as Faraday bags. These are pouches that keep the key fobs and the bad guys from stealing the signal. It's maybe not the end solution, but it's certainly one of the additional tools that we can equip the public with. So on that note, I'd like to hand it over to Mayor Patrick Brown. Maybe he can talk a little bit about the initiative that's happening in the city of Brampton.
I think I'm speaking next, Imran, but just to say in the city of Brampton, we have an initiative, one of our 7 initiatives, and it's the 5 areas identified by the Peel Police having a greater level of auto thefts, that we have a sponsor to hand out Faraday bags to residents, along with a list of best practices from Crime Stoppers to really educate the public on ways that they can reduce auto thefts until we have some of the broader solutions that we're talking about today, from the CBSA to dealing with security issues in cars.
Do we have bags for us here today?
No bags here today. So maybe the question is just about, for Imran, what do you think of these Faraday bags, and are they useful for the keyless entry?
Sure. So just to kind of give a quick rundown of the type of thefts that actually occur with these vehicles. So there's 2 primary, generally there's 2 ways that they take them. Everything ends up eventually in the first one I'm going to talk about, and that's a reprogramming theft. So the way the vehicle is attacked is, one way or another, the lock is manipulated on the vehicle. Now, whether that's by forced entry or by using a device such as a Slim Jim, which slides down the window and is able to open the vehicle. Then once the door is open, there's the use of the onboard diagnostic port, which is underneath your steering wheel, which is what mechanics use to identify problems within your car if you have an engine light on. Now, what the thieves do is they utilize this onboard diagnostic port, and they reprogram a key to tell the vehicle that this is your new key, disregard your old keys, this one will work from now on. That usually takes 2 to 3 minutes on average, sometimes up to 10, but it's usually fairly quick. The second type of theft, which has been plaguing Europe for probably the last 4 years, is what's called a relay theft. And it's what we're talking about with the Faraday pouch or Faraday bag. Now, the premise around this Faraday bag is to protect the signal of your key, so that if it is sitting within your house, that it's no longer emitting a signal. It's protected. So what the thieves will do is they will come up, there will be 2 thieves working in combination with one another. They will come up to your front door, and they've usually got a backpack. That's what they're wearing on the front, and they pull out, and I'll just demonstrate with my hands. They'll pull out with a cord, and they'll extend the cord or extend some form of a wire, which captures the device within your house. It relays it to a second individual who's close to your car. And once that is relayed to that car, the car thinks that the key is within proximity of the car. So then you can open the door, because the door just automatically opens, and you can start the car. Because the electronic measures within the car recognize, oh, there's a key. And it's just like when you walk up to your car right now, usually your light flickers, the car knows that your key is within proximity, you can start the vehicle and away you go. So what this Faraday pouch does, it prevents that signal from being relayed. But even the vehicles that are involved in a relay style theft, once you turn that vehicle off down the road, it has to be a key reprogram anyways. But it's just they're doing it in a safer location. So, hope that answers your question.
So one thing I'll add is, when we talk about protections for drivers, having these types of bags or these pouches are important because it provides an extra layer of safety. So, there's no bad idea when it comes to this, because for those that do have those types of fobs, it does provide that protection. So I think what it comes down to is it goes back to educating drivers, educating consumers across the province, across the country, that these tools are out there and that it becomes like habit. Just like we've spent the last decade telling people to put down their phones and change their habits, it's the exact same thing here. So while it may not solve all the issues, it could hopefully certainly mitigate some.
Yeah, and I would just add that, I mean, it definitely addresses one form of vehicle theft. There are a multiplicity of different theft vectors, and I think, you know, we're talking about technology. The other thing that is not helpful is that you can basically purchase these emulators, was referred to, that you plug into the OBD port for about $10,000 on the internet. So that's not helpful to have that technology available, and you can go to YouTube and find out you know, exactly how to steal vehicles. So technology progressing in all areas is not our friend in some ways.
Yeah, just to add further to that, and you can actually get an app for your phone, and it's about $200. That acts as the same as this tool.
Hi, it's Frank Bergen from Hamilton. At a risk of giving another reason not to like Hamilton, I will say a common theme here is that we've been very comfortable saying that it's going out of Montreal. I want everybody to be aware there is an application. We have over 500 Lakers going in and out. We have a very vibrant port. And the reality is there is currently an application that will bypass the bonding that has been required for CBSA, and it'll bypass Montreal. What we have currently is 2,000 shipping containers each day in our area. This has the potential of 4.5 million containers per year coming out of Hamilton. Just want everybody to understand that this is timely, in that if that were to change, Montreal won't be our issue, it'll be Hamilton. And that availability for organized crime will be much more appealing.
The other thing that I might add that we haven't really talked about yet, I think it's been alluded to, is export controls. And you know, maybe that, again, doesn't address the entire problem, but to my knowledge, there are no export controls on vehicles being shipped out of Canada. Yeah, you would have to know that the vehicles are there, but you know, that might certainly provide some assistance as well.
Thank you. I didn't introduce myself earlier. I'm Ikra Khalid, Member of Parliament in Mississauga, Aaron Mills. I also sit on the National Security Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, so a lot of what we're talking about today is really relevant for me. I do understand that there is a task force between Ontario, Quebec, and the RCMP to specifically deal with that route that goes internationally, and it is seeing some pretty significant results. I also know that with Montreal and with a lot of the ports across the country, one of the major challenges is labor shortage. And so, you know, recognize and appreciate that. But I guess my question to you is I'm quite intrigued by this idea of a province-wide task force. So what does it take to create that task force? What steps have you taken to ensure that that happens? And how can the federal government be a partner in establishing this task force at the provincial level?
Thank you for that question. I'll jump in on that. So in terms of steps that we've taken, you know, obviously this is one of them. We've definitely had some pretty deep and comprehensive discussions about what potentially that could look like. What would be required is resourcing. You know, in terms of how the federal government could help, again, much like anything else, any additional resourcing or tools that are made available to us, we would certainly welcome. We've, you know, again, all of our policing partners, I think, recognize that there is an opportunity here for us to have a more comprehensive enforcement strategy inclusive of a multi-jurisdictional provincial team. It really just boils itself down to resourcing for that team, which, based on the conversations, I hope to see happen, but yeah.
So thank you so much for hosting. This is wonderful. My name's Michael Rote. I'm with the Canadian Finance and Leasing Association. We represent the credit facilities for most of the OEMs. In my past life, I was a regulatory lawyer, specifically focused, well, predominantly in the automotive sector. I want to talk a little bit about collaboration and what what the chances are of seeing the provincial auto theft team come back again. Reason I raise that is even though we do see a real precipitous rise in theft, we're still doing much better than we were at the beginning of the 2000s. We're not even half of what we were then in terms of the auto theft numbers, so it is rising, but we've done a good job and maybe atrophied our expertise. I know when I was working with a regulator, we worked with the Canadian Policing College to try and get some expertise and teaching on the auto theft side because they didn't have that expertise. Those OPP officers had retired, and some of them were working with us. So all that to say, collaboration is great. What would it take to get that provincial auto theft team back again? They did a great job. We worked with them significantly, and also to the idea of, what you were talking about with enforcement versus disruption, harnessing the Provincial Offences Act as well, where when we would see frauds prosecuted criminally, you'd end up with a suspended sentence. I personally did prosecutions where we would have, six-figure fines, so $500,000 in fines and 4 years in prison once you do the multiple offenses. Thank you.
And I don't want to preclude anybody else from answering, but from my perspective, I think what it would take in order to see that happen on a provincial level would be agreement from police of jurisdiction to contribute to a team, and then the various levels of government providing resourcing for that team. Speaking, well, I won't speak for the chief, but I'm pretty sure Peel would be happy to participate in it.
What we finished last fall, we had a 6-month pilot program, which we all collaborated and worked together in, which we contributed officers from most of the GTA forces. We had a lot of success. Like I said, we had recovered, I think it was like 215 or 220 vehicles plus whatever was overseas just for this portion of the investigation. There was identified probably 30-something warehouses that was being operated at this time. We recovered 15 handguns, 1 rifle. I agree with the deputy. It's something that has to occur. Like the GTA itself, we do probably lose the majority of the cars for Canada at this point in time. But it's right. It's resourcing, but it's a reactive point for us. So we are putting the resources, and we're trying to collaborate with one another, and we do work very well together. We've got a lot of strong relationships with our, like I stated before, with CBSA, with the RCMP. We work with our liaison officers that are overseas in various countries, and now through various conversations, we're now getting law enforcement agencies that are in some of these countries that are over that have identified this and recognize this as a problem as well, and are now looking to assist and putting resources towards it as well. But it has to start here with us, and I agree. Like I think a task force has to be put together.
Sir, if you'd like to go. Yes.
Al Boughton again, the Peel Police Services Board. I'm going to make more of a statement and agreeing with some of the things that you've said. Pat, I spent 50 years of my life in transportation, and CN and CP were big customers of ours. I think that it's easy to say, well, why don't we just inspect the containers that are outbound? So if I use your number, Pat, of 6,000 at Port of Montreal.
Per day, yes.
Per day.
Per day.
Yeah, that's 6,000.
Per day.
If they inspected 60 containers, that's 1%. I mean, that's the reality of it. If they did that, it would be what? If they do it, would be 1%. If you look at ports like Prince Rupert, which is CN's port on the west coast, the beauty of that port and the efficiency of it is that the train goes right to the port and the container goes right from the train and lifts right onto the ship. It doesn't go onto a yard. It doesn't go down to a place where an inspector is going to look at it. So the bill of lading, that's where it all starts, and it's bogus. If that bill of lading says it's dishwashers or whatever, so what? Once it's on that train, it's over. People think, oh, well, why don't we open the doors? It doesn't happen. They're also sealed, right? All of them are sealed. One of the things, and with the task force that I think would be very productive, to me it's like Nexus. I have Nexus. I go through the airport because I'm supposedly a proven commodity that's okay to go through the airport. There's almost all the shippers in this country do their bills of lading and they're honest and all that. I think we have to isolate the ones that aren't. And if you go, and Pat, I know you spent time at CN and Brampton and CPs and Bolton and all that. The tractor trailers that are going in are weighed. They're weighed going in, so they know which ones are loaded and which ones are empty. And the majority of all the containers that leave this country, they're empty. Those are empty containers because we're an importer of finished product that goes in containers and we're an exporter of raw materials, which is, you know, canola and grain and other minerals. The task force could be very useful in looking at that number and doing those 60 a day at Montreal as an example, to do the 60 of the right ones. Not looking at empty containers and doing that, and having a better lens as to what really happens in the transportation net. And I don't expect any of you to be transportation experts. As I say, I spent 50 years doing it, and I understand it's a complex problem. But I think if we put it on the microscope with a task force, that we could have some good solutions going forward on what would we be looking at, whether it be in Prince Rupert, Montreal, Hamilton now, in order to look at the right units and identify the right shippers.
It's a great thought, and I agree with you 100%. We do that. With our friends from CBSA, we do look for those commonalities, and we are, you know, as we grow, we are driven by analytics. So we look for those elements within there, and those are the ones we try and target. And we do have some success, but we know by the sheer volume of vehicles that are leaving the country and what we recover, you know, the majority of them are getting out, right? And like you said, 60 containers maybe being searched in a day, that's a lot. Like, I've been on the ground when we've done that, and sometimes we can only do maybe 20 or 25 with the resources we have from a time perspective. Because you have to look at all the elements. Who's moving those? Somebody has to take that container, take it off the chassis, give it to us to inspect. Once we're inside, then it has to be closed back off and moved along, and then in comes the next one. It's a full day of work with a lot of resources. But I agree with you 100%.
And I would maybe just add on that, you know, you demonstrate the value to having an executive with experience from a particular sector engaged in the solutioning. And this is why I think, you know, it's important to remind ourselves that one of the hopeful outcomes of this is we have the decision makers who have the expertise and are representative of their sector contributing to the solutioning and agreeing that people are going to solution it. To me, that's going to be incredibly important for us.
Thank you very much, Deputy. As I understand it, there's a few more questions. I'd just like to point out that there was a time, as we were preparing for this, that I was concerned that I was not going to be able to keep the conversation flowing. Can you believe that? I think what's happening here organically is an incredible circumstance. I think it signifies the fact that we brought the right people to the table, but not only that, we brought the right people to the room. And it's really encouraging to watch this unfold. So I really love the questions, I really love the responses, and I really appreciate everybody contributing here. Sir, you had a question at the back there.
Yes, thank you. Dominic Monchamp, Command Officer from Montreal Police and responsible for the Port of Montreal. Thank you for Appeal Police for your leadership for organizing this summit. I think from all the comments that we have that we need a national task force, not only separate provincial task force, and we need a federal leadership. And from maybe adding to the gentleman who spoke before me, we really need to review maybe the logistic and involving the port directly. But doing this, because we're dealing every day with this problematic. We need the support of the federal government, and together we need to push them and explain them the direct link in between what's happening and the finance coming from this export to our armed violence, because we see that directly in Montreal right now, and I know that it's exactly the same thing for you guys here in Ontario. So thank you for the summit, and looking forward for seeing this national task force coming.
Thank you very much. There was another person. Sir?
Thank you. Hugh Williams with the Canadian Automobile Dealers Association. Our customers, our dealers are all victims in this process, and our national board is completely resolute that this is the cash cow of organized crime, and it undercuts all of society. And I really appreciate Peel's leadership in putting this together, the Police Services Board's ability to bring this to the forefront. But I want to echo the comments from my friends from Montreal. This can't be an Ontario solution. This has to involve a national solution. In 2010, the federal government changed the legislation at the behest of the Insurance Bureau of Canada, the Car Dealers Association, and other stakeholders to give CBSA the power to search those containers before they leave the country. And coming out of this summit, there should be a recommendation from this body for a national approach and for federal leadership on that. So that was the point I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I believe the microphone's over with this lady over
Sorry,
here.
just before we jump into the next question, absolutely agree with you. Maybe the only place I would differ is I don't think there is any one solution. And that's the intention, right? It is a lot of different remedies in order to address the issue that we have right now, and all of them being done. Otherwise, what we will find is somebody will find a gap.
Jen Lawson from the Niagara Regional Police Services Board. So we heard a lot of comments, a lot of collaborative comments about ideas and suggestions on how everybody can take that little piece of the elephant. I'm curious to hear more from Brian about this tag, and again, not to promote any one company, but if Quebec has found a solution to push the problem into Ontario, Ontario does not want to push the problem into Manitoba. So to me, it sounds like what suggestions or ideas need to happen at a legislative or provincial or federal level for ways to have something like tag across the entire nation, because then, in theory, that should solve the problem across the country.
Yeah, very perceptive, and it's interesting that you raised that. So the OACP, so the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police Intelligence Organized Crime Committee, actually have this putting together a resolution for tag, and part of that subcommittee, CBSA and the RCMP both sit on that subcommittee, and they raised the exact same concern that they just don't want this to be Quebec's problem is now turned into Ontario's problem, that turns into Alberta's problem. What is the overall solution? So, and just to preface that tag isn't the overall solution or the final solution, it's just one potential remedy, but having that across the availability for products and services to be able to be utilized, and that could be a tag service or a similar type thing, a tracking service. It could be OBD locks. It could be aftermarket immobilizers. There's just a variety of things. The ability for the consumers to be able to put that onto their vehicles. In Quebec, they have different regulations by the regulator with the insurance, for insurance, for them to be able to apply those services and then get a rebate through their insurance company. The insurers in Ontario are also looking for similar options with FSRA to be able to do that as well. Again, make it more broadly adopted. Right now, tag is in Ontario, but it's not widely used. Will it be the final solution? No, but I look back at the number of organized crime groups that are going from Quebec to Ontario. Obviously, it does serve a purpose. They have a more difficult time stealing them. And if you look at the technology of tag, and again, I'm not trying to be a commercial for them, but there's certain manufacturers that have a single source GPS device. And then there's other companies that have multiple devices throughout their company, and they're much more difficult to defeat. That is what's significant about that. It just bursts little milliseconds, and it doesn't have the traditional technology. Getting that widespread across the country, along with everything else that we've talked about today, is definitely a step forward. So you're right. We don't want our problems pushed onto another province. We want a bigger solution, have that availability, that one product and service available to everybody that can use it, as well as OBD locks. Pat will say, I mean, we always tell people, if you can park in a garage, park in a garage. If you can't park in a garage, park your vehicle closest to the building and then have another vehicle block it in. I don't want to give people that are watching this how-to guide to defeat that, but everything individually can be defeated. That's why we talk about the layered approach. The more that you can do to protect yourself, the better. Not one thing's going to ultimately protect you, but point well received, and that's something that we're working with the subcommittee on that very point about how to get that, not just in Ontario and Quebec, but wider coast to coast to anybody that wants to use it.
Councillor Nunziata, so would you agree that if all the boards, police boards, work with the chief of police and to come up with drafting a recommendation or motion at our boards, that we could all agree on the wording, and to the province and to the federal government as well, that would help, that we're working together and we have one voice?
I'd be happy to jump into that, absolutely. You know, I think this is evidence of the opportunity that presents itself when police service boards do work with their police services. And if we can use today as a force multiplier to consolidate our voices into one louder voice, that would be amazing. And I think this is part of why today is so exciting. There are going to be recommendations, goals, and outcomes that will come out of this, which, if consolidated into one voice, will result in legitimate impacts for our community. So I absolutely appreciate that, and thank you.
Thank you. François Daou, Ottawa Police Service. Right. Few would argue that auto theft is not a safety and security issue. A lot of the suspects that we catch en route to Montreal are 16, 17-year-olds. They don't have a driver's license. They're driving 180 kilometers an hour on the highways. And in the last few years, auto manufacturers have been mandated to have electronic stability control, daytime running lights, emission controls. In your opinion, how successful would we be if Transport Canada would mandate anti-theft devices, whether by all manufacturers or aftermarket devices, in all Canadian vehicles as part of the safety regulations?
Well, again, I'll go back to comments that I made earlier, just with respect to immobilizers that were mandated back in 2007, I believe. And I think to Michael Rota's point, we had experienced much higher levels of auto theft back then than we are experiencing now. It's still a significant problem. Immobilizers help, but as comments have already been made, they help for a while, and then those were circumvented as well. So I think the solution of trying to add more technology to the vehicle may be a solution for the very short term, but I would harken back to some of my original comments that we're not talking about, again, kids or unsophisticated operations. We're talking about very sophisticated, highly technical, well-financed operations that will, no matter, and it's not, don't get me wrong, it's not to deflect around or away from anything that manufacturers can and perhaps should be doing. It is to say that I think whatever technological solution we come up with, that these will be shortly behind finding a solution to that or a workaround.
Only 5, 6 manufacturers are having, or top 5 or 6. We're not seeing many of the same issues in different manufacturers. Is there a specific reason why certain, Toyotas Jeeps? Why are they being targeted, not the Volvos, Volkswagens?
Yeah. Again, and maybe it's timely now for other stuff that we're doing in our industry, but you're not seeing a lot of electric vehicles being stolen, for instance. And one of the reasons that is there's it's range issue for electric vehicles and those sorts of things. But to address your particular question, I think it really comes down to the theft ring basically having a specification list. They want vehicles that are ideally four-wheel drive, ideally sport utility vehicles or pickup trucks, ideally reliable, ideally with large degree of parts availability, that sort of thing. So if you look at all those criteria and look at, also I think if you look at just in terms of volume of vehicles on the road, a lot of those same vehicles are probably the same ones that are on the top 10 list that Equité produces.
I think also with, depending on the type of vehicle, depending on how we've kind of gone about this is we've kind of made an effort to meet with certain vehicle manufacturers. We meet with them monthly. We share intelligence that we get, how the vehicles have been stolen, how they've attacked those vehicles, how they have made headway into targeting vehicles. Some of the manufacturers are on board and working with us. And some of the vehicles we seize, they will come out and inspect and identify and work backwards through how the vehicles have been stolen. But not all the manufacturers want to do that. There's concerns of trade secret with working with multiple agencies is some of the reasons we've been told. But we need them all on board. We need to be working with all of them. Every time any of the vehicles that are stolen, we are more than welcoming as soon as we're done with whatever process that we're doing, whether it be going through forensically. Once we're done that, please come look at the vehicle before we return it to the insurance company or return it to the owner. But we need them there. And once we get that, that's going to help them prevent that vehicle theft down the road. But unfortunately, when these vehicles are already manufactured and out there, there's certain electronic workarounds that they can do to improve security and improve anti-theft measures. But usually they're developing for future models. Because once it goes through your assembly line, it becomes, I would imagine, you'll probably be able to speak better, fairly cost prohibitive to bring all these vehicles back to fix them all, right? So, it's a process, but we are doing our best, but we need them all with us, and then that's the only way we're really going to improve.
Well, and just to Pat's point, I would just say that this is the first time that Pat and I have actually met, so I think that it's an opportunity to forge that dialogue, talking about collaboration, as we've done all along today, to say that any way that we can assist in building that dialogue, we're happy to do that as an association.
Thank you very much. Sir, you have a question?
Yes, thank you very much. Todd Roller, Chief with Durham Regional Police. Perhaps more of a comment first. Nish and Peel Police Service Board, thanks very much for hosting this, putting this on. I've learned an incredible amount. I don't want to stick a pin in any balloon, but I'm seeing money. Like when I'm hearing talk at the front here and all that we're discussing, I see dollar signs. And I think we can establish task force nationally, provincially, whatever, but there's going to be a cost associated from it. It looks like our federal and provincial entities have left government, but we need them to step up. I know from a police service perspective, and I have board representation here, but our budget's tight. We're willing to participate in any task force, but for it to be successful, there's going to have to be money associated to this. And just my comment is our federal and provincial governments are going to have to step up. How important is it? How important is it to our communities and to our elected officials? So it's over to them, quite frankly, from my perspective. Thank you for the ability to make some comments.
Todd, thank you for that comment, and I think you're absolutely right. And there's just a statement, and then I'll kick it to you for a quick question. MP Khalid just spoke to me before she left, there is an opportunity for them to consider a flow through to the province, and she asked how quick could we, pull together, what does this look like from a broad standpoint. So I guess my question is, we spent a lot of time on the joint enforcement discussion, which is kind of what is old is new again, but I think we're also shifting to a multi-sector approach. And David, your comments about a strategic group that works. We've heard from Montreal, Ottawa, that this is not just a provincial narrative. So how, I guess here's the challenge, Nick, is how soon do we and how can we pull something together that's just not like the reboot of PATS, but has a linkage to federally, provincially, Port, CVSA, and have our other stakeholders with us? What does that look like, and how quick can we do that?
No pressure, the chief says to the deputy. Chief, I guess from my perspective, it could be done extremely quickly. I think what we have all recognized, and certainly everybody we've spoken to, understands what a priority it is. So our ability to move forward would be commensurate to an understanding that we would have to set everything aside and make it happen. So very, very fast. But you're also right, like in terms of, and we'll say this again, if we were to sit back, and we do have a person that's recording all of the comments and everything that people have suggested, and I've found the clicker. I'm gonna go back to, it can't just be enforcement. Enforcement, absolutely, that's exciting news. And I'm sure somewhere there's people in my commercial auto crime that are watching this stream jumping up and down, so very excited to hear that. Enforcement's one piece. The collaboration, we've heard a lot about collaboration and awareness. And it's those three foundational streams that need to accompany the enforcement. My perspective would be that the unit or an enforcement team, along with all of our partners, could be created very quickly, and then, of course, would have to be complemented by that executive level collaboration and agreement to also fill some of those gaps. So hopefully you like that answer, Chief.
Yeah, I guess I would say I think it's probably a bit of a tiered approach too, that there are things that we can probably do in the short term, medium term, and long term. And I think for everybody concerned, obviously doing something sooner is better. And I think going back to that conversation about inspecting containers, we probably need to do the right things, and we probably can't do everything at once. And again, going back to the elephant, you eat an elephant one bite at a time. And I'm not sure where I saw it, but might have been produced by Global News or whatever, but they had a map of Ontario where they overlaid vehicle thefts per thousand by each jurisdiction. And if they can do that, then we know sources where we can also get the postal codes of the owners of the vehicles, the first three digits of the owners of the vehicles. So we've got the top 10 list. If you do an overlay of that, maybe you can start to do strategic blitz of marrying those two things together. So I think there are things that can be done relatively quickly and relatively strategically that could start to address this problem. And it's been around for years. It's not going to get solved overnight, but there are probably some places to start, and I know my colleagues here probably have much better ideas than I do about where to start as well.
And so, as you said, some of these things are already in place, and I acknowledge Montreal Police and the Herculean task that they have. A lot of the vehicles that they're processing at the Port of Montreal are Ontario vehicles, and again, people have said before, you can't fix Ontario's problem without fixing the national problem. Ontario is just a byproduct of the bigger problem. But right now, it's sort of replicating what's going on currently. So at the Port of Montreal, it's a tri-party agreement between CBSA, Montreal Police, and Equité Association as doing the investigations, or doing the inspections of the stolen vehicles at the port, sort of replicating that. building on that, the successes, the CBSA's ability to do intelligence-based inspections. As of right now, you can't obviously, it's not feasible to inspect every container going out, but they're getting very good with intelligence that's provided from police services in Ontario, particularly Peel in York, and identifying in Ottawa the vehicles that are going out of there. So that's just one port. As we've learned today, Hamilton needs to be considered. We also are at the Port of Halifax. We know that vehicles are being passed by Port of Montreal and going to Halifax. It's less of an opportunity to get those vehicles out of the country. Year over year for the last 7 years, the numbers of seized vehicles at the Port of Montreal has increased. Last year was the number as the highest. It was over 1,000 vehicles that were recovered. But proportionally, that's still a small number of the vehicles that, as I said, right now we have over 1,000 vehicles identified in various countries across the world. And those are just the ones that we know that have been seized by local customs. That does not include the other thousands of vehicles that are already in the marketplace that we're working with Interpol. Because as of right now, CPIC, so CPIC is the Canadian Police Information Center, they don't upload all stolen vehicles onto the Interpol database. So once it makes it into the market, there's no way for local authorities to determine if it's a vehicle that's stolen or not. So my point is, there's some good things that are being done right now, sort of replicating that, prioritizing it. So it's great to hear that there is an interest to expand some of these things that are working. Again, it's not necessarily recreating the wheel, it's building on the successes that we currently have. And again, I just did want to acknowledge Port of Montreal Police, because it is a huge task to be able to fulfill your role in that partnership. Because again, a lot of the vehicles that ultimately end up in your hands are not stolen from Montreal, but in fact, they're actually coming from Ontario. And actually now we're starting to see vehicles that are coming from Alberta and BC. They're being stolen out there. Again, because of the great work that's being done in Ontario. And this is where we talk about the siloed approach, is doing a collaborative national approach is much better, because you're making significant inroads in Ontario, but now the organized crime groups are moving out to Alberta, and now they're targeting F-150 trucks because there's a surplus of vehicles out there, and they're putting them on the rails, and they're going straight by rail to the Port of Montreal and Port of Halifax. So again, if we work in silos, we're setting ourselves up for failure, but that's obviously not what we're talking about today. We're talking about collaboration, working together. That is the recipe. And again, not one jurisdiction, not one region is going to be successful. So including all our international, or all our provincial partners at various levels, I think that's the recipe for success.
So I think, what can we do today? What can we start on now? I think the education, the public awareness, the engagement that way is really, really important. There's no reason that we couldn't work collectively with municipalities to get it out as part of community messages. Working with law enforcement to get citizens on board. I think there's so many homes these days that have cameras, reminding people to have their cameras set up, and if they see something, to report it. Every bit of information is helpful. I think it's going to take time, but I think there's certainly things that we can do now, and the more that we can engage consumers, get drivers aware and on board, the better it is.
Thank you very much. You had a question.
Hi, thank you very much. Elizabeth Roy, Mayor for the town of Whitby. And it's just a continuation not only of the awareness but also of the education. Recent truck purchaser, Toyota, Tacoma, four-wheel drive. And as for the education that was delivered by the retailer, but the insurance, it was not delivered about that I had a high-risk vehicle. I knew I bought a high-risk vehicle, but I also know that once a resident has their vehicle stolen out of their driveway, it is reported to our police services. The next call is to me to let me know about what is taking place. And I don't believe that there's enough education being done at the consumer side, because most of the time the feedback was, I didn't know. I didn't know about my key fob. I did not know that my vehicle was a high-risk one. And I did not know about putting a car behind mine or putting it into the garage or even getting the club. I think that's, while we talk about layer and we talk about the ports, it's the start of where it's delivered to the community. education needs to be better. And so my question is, how can, and with the partnership I have with the Durham Regional Police Services and our local detachment, how can I as an elected official better help to educate our community?
Maybe, and not my place to maybe comment, but I'll try anyway. You know, I was aware, I'm sure this is happening across the board, but I just recently became aware of an initiative that Mayor Pellegrini undertook in terms of basically an open house community dialogue to bring awareness not only to the issue of auto theft, but numerous other issues. So these are, you know, it's one type of dialogue that can take place for sure. You know, I think Elliot's got a great, you know, venue to, how many members do you have in your?
We have about 2.5 million in Ontario.
Yeah. So through those efforts as well, manufacturers can take a role in that. Insurers have an obvious stake in educating consumers as well. I think, you know, if I recall correctly, I think in Quebec, you know, insurance crime went from 111 million in about 2018 to 269 million last year. So there's an obvious, you know, reason for insurers to get involved in the education effort as well. But I think we all have a role to play there.
So I'll just jump in as well. I think the other part of it is, you know, what can we do? There's a lot of good examples that are out there and duplicating what's been done. And I'm proudly a resident of York Region, and I know that in the city of Vaughan, they are doing community safety sessions in each ward, having the right people at the table, having not just law enforcement, but a various number of groups out there. And I think that, you know, as time moves on, I think a lot of the issues we've dealt with around safety and roads and so forth, from my experience at CAA, has always been, it takes time. It takes a few iterations to get people's awareness. I think once it gets closer to home, it certainly strikes a chord with people. But I would say it's going to take multiple steps, whether it be electronic communications, forums in person, you know, having stuff set up at different community events. I think all those elements really play a role, but working in partnership, because this can't be done alone. I think there's leveraging a lot of the relationships you have, whether it be from the auto manufacturers, communities, municipalities, stakeholders, and so forth.
Okay, and I appreciate that. And that's our first step. Even as of next Tuesday, we are starting that dialogue out in our community as well. But I think it's also that the retailers also need to be stepping up, and also so does the insurance companies for education. So when I get my slip of that insurance, it needs to be known that please be aware your vehicle is. As I purchase the vehicle, nowhere in the package does it state your vehicle is this. Educate me. I have a nice new shiny vehicle, which is the same conversation. I've been on the front door of a young man who had his vehicle crying, and it's like, well, were you told? And no, they were not.
Mike Cole, again, City of Toronto. By the way, I'm texting my fellow ward mate as the key points are made. That's Marco Mendicino, the Public Safety Minister, to let him know some of these issues that you've raised, because we need the feds, obviously, at the table, and I'll continue to pursue that. I think the major problem we have here is that it's illustrated in the story. I had a constituent call me, enraged, said, you know, I had 2 Range Rovers stolen. In one, they ripped off the garage door with a tow truck and took the Range Rover out, and then they stole the other one that was parked in the driveway. But you know what he was angry about? He said, you know how hard it is to replace 2 Range Rovers? That's what he was angry about. That's because traditionally people have had their cars stolen, and within 24 hours the insurance companies replace that car, same car, but then with the chip shortage, car shortage, they can't get that instant replacement. So that's why they still think it's a property crime. That's why the judges and the bail that is offered, because people think, oh, it's just a car theft. Insurance covers it. Unless we change that mindset, not only will the public continue to live in, you know, this dreamland, but our courts and everybody, because they still think, oh, car stolen, get replaced. So that's what we have to change to really get everybody involved in making a mindset change for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as I understand, there's one more question to be had, and then I think it would be wise to maybe take a break after that. Actually, we'll do one more question, then we would just have to hear one more point. Go ahead, this gentleman right here. Yes.
Thank you. So just going back to the conversation on collaboration, would love to hear how industry can be a better partner, again, with the Canadian Finance and Leasing Association. A number of we did reach out to the CVSA a number of years ago to discuss with them how to recover vehicles. We were getting information from them on an ad hoc basis, and then it became problematic getting police reports because they were requiring we go to the individual jurisdictions where the vehicles were stolen. So in one container you might have a car from, Calgary, Toronto, and Rivière-du-Loup, and so we're sending our people all over the country to try and recover that. So creating some sort of a streamlined partnership where we can, get that information on a more regularized basis. It was very ad hoc. And the response we got from CBSA, frankly, was, I'm surprised you're getting that information, that's a problem. So, that kind of a partnership mindset, I think, is something that would behoove us. I am mindful also that, there's not a silver bullet here. Again, harkening back to, previous work that I've done, just even having the various ministries of transportation, both here in Canada and then the departments south of the border, just so you can, avoid brand washing where they steal a vehicle, it gets containered out, and then they use that to reeve in a vehicle, and that's been otherwise stolen. So getting those systems to work together would be another, I think, opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What an excellent conversation that's been had here today. Amazing. And I'd just like to, and I've been listening to everybody's perspectives. We established some priorities. We established some ideas and directions here today. I just want to, and I've just been listening to it, and I just wanted to sum it up. I think it's quite obvious that we need to have enhanced coordinated efforts, and that's not just going to happen at a municipal level or even a provincial level, but it needs to happen at a federal level. This is not a single one-pronged approach. It has to be a multi-pronged approach. It's not just on the shoulders of police. It's not just on the shoulders of the auto manufacturer, and it's not just on the shoulder of the Insurance Bureau. I thank everybody for contributing and being willing to put yourself up on the stage in front of everybody and answer some questions. And there's been some challenging questions, of course, but that's where we need to get to. That's where we're trying to get to, is to ask these questions and see where we're going to go moving forward. There's an obvious need to incorporate and collaborate with outside of the policing world. We need to bring and have a multi-sectoral approach, and everybody can see the value in bringing so many different people to the table from a start to finish. Because I think if I were to turn around and ask everybody, where do we begin and where are we trying to get to, everybody understands where we're trying to get to, but the question is, where do we begin? And that's a really hard question to ask, and there's no one quick, easy solution. But by bringing everybody here together, we kind of get the idea that something has to change, and we need to start working towards that collaboratively. And towards the education piece and the awareness piece, this isn't about blasting out a tweet every once in a while. This is an all-encompassing education piece in order to deal with this problem, whether it be what you're speaking about is when you purchase the vehicle, you need to have an awareness. Where you park your car, you need to have an awareness. The systems that you buy to protect your vehicles. The things that you think of now when you're buying a vehicle have to be there, and that's where the awareness piece lies. I'm really pleased that from this discussion, all of this has come about. And I thank everybody for their contributions. And I'm sure we could continue to discuss this even further as we move forward. But I'd like to invite to the stage somebody who's very important in our community there, Mayor Patrick Brown. He'd like to say a few words about this.
Well, thank you, and what a wealth of knowledge to have on this panel. I just want to say on behalf of the City of Brampton, thank you, Chief Nish, and Police Board Chair Ron Chatha for putting this conference on. 7 chiefs, representatives from every industry, this level of collaboration is so encouraging. And I want to say, one of the reasons I know Mayor Crombie, who is here, and myself have been speaking so much about auto thefts, and I know mayors that are also here. I see a number of other elected officials. This is what we're hearing from our residents. You know, I'm a member, believe it or not, of about 200 WhatsApp groups in Brampton. It's sort of the very common form of communication. There's neighborhood associations that all discuss on WhatsApp. And literally what's happened since the pandemic is that almost every morning when I look at those messages, there's photos of cars being stolen. And this is not a quality of life that we can accept. This should not be something we simply get used to. And I think we've got to a point of frustration where everyone's saying enough is enough. And we have to find a solution. And I think what we've realized is that there's no one magic solution, that there's a role that we can all play. It's why I was proud with my Peel Region colleagues to support a police budget which was the most muscular in our history, 70 new officers, most additional officers in the history of Peel Region. But no matter how many officers we engage, it's not going to be able to solve the problem if it continues to be this profitable. We've done a lot of advocacy on this in the city of Brampton, on a provincial level and a federal level, and I wish CBSA was here. Do we have them here? Okay, good, perfect, okay. Because I know we really need to look at every aspect of where we're seeing these cars leave our country. I don't want to hear about Canada being the most convenient place to steal a car. We should not be one of the lead source countries in the world for stolen vehicles. When I raised this with senior levels of government, one of the initial responses was, the focus is on guns. Well, I had a meeting yesterday with Deputy Chief Milovich, who is such an incredible wealth of information, and he mentioned that this is now the third largest revenue generator for organized crime. So if there is a focus on guns, a focus on auto thefts, helps us combat a focus on guns, because if you're stealing those Range Rovers that Councillor Cole talked about, where do you think that money is going? The last thing we need is revenue tools, successful, meaningful revenue tools for organized crime in this country. We had a meeting yesterday with the auto manufacturers, and Mr. Adams, when you told me that the numbers in Canada are parallel with the numbers in the US despite vast differences in size, what a wake-up call. There's something broken that needs to be addressed, and what gives me a lot of encouragement, because I was sort of feeling helpless hearing these videos and these messages every single day, is to see a level of collaboration like this, because I think we get a level of collaboration like this, whether it is additional security features with the auto manufacturer, whether it's additional resources that we as elected officials need to make sure the police have, whether it's dealing with CBSA to make sure we can have a higher level of physical inspections, or making sure we have a specialized provincial unit. These are the conversations that we have to have, and I feel confident that the political leadership, locally, municipally, and federally, want to respond. But I think we need to take a concrete plan to all levels of government and say, this is how we solve this, because it really is a Canadian crisis now. I hear people say, why does this not happen in my friend's neighborhood? The more I research, the more I realize this affects everyone. There was a comment earlier about, we need to follow the Quebec model. Well, auto thefts have gone up 120% in Montreal since 2019, 134% in York Region, 97% in Peel. The system is broken everywhere in Ontario and Quebec, and to hear that there may be new ways to get stolen cars out of the country in Hamilton terrifies me. So I hope this conversation is going to kickstart a very important dialogue that needs to happen in Canada. And on behalf of my residents in the city of Brampton, I want to thank Chief Nish in particular for hearing our cry, and the fact that you've got 7 of your colleagues of major chiefs of police in this country here with us, I think speaks to the fact that there's a readiness for collaboration that we so desperately need. So for everyone here today, I just want to say thank you for being part of this conversation.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Much appreciated. Okay, unless anybody's really opposed, I think it's best that we take a break. What I will say is on the agenda, the break reads a half an hour. Is everyone okay if we maybe expedite that a little bit, 15, 20 minutes? And then we'll come back and we're going to put 8 chiefs up on the stage and hear what they have to say. Thank you. Okay, if we could have people start making their way back into the conference room and take their seats, we'll get started. Is there... Okay, if we could have people take their seats, we'll get started.
White shirts on one side. Somebody's going to think we're in charge.
Okay.
Matt, I can hear you. Oh, there you are.
Photo first. We're good doing the photo first, if that's good with you.
Sure.
How do you want us? Just stand up.
Okay, thank you very much. The sign of a really good presentation or discussion is when the discussion continues out into the hallway. When I walked out, everybody was still talking about all the issues and still going on about some of the challenges that are going to be presented, some of the ideas. The next phase of this summit is going to be, we've titled it Chat with the Chiefs. We're very, very pleased and honored to have our Chief of Police, the Peel Regional Police Chief, Nishan Duriappa, but we're also very fortunate to have Chief Demkew from Toronto Police Service, Chief McSween from York Regional Police Service, Chief Tanner from Halton, Chief Bergen from Hamilton Police, Chief McCullough from Niagara Regional Police, Superintendent Scheer from the OPP, and Chief Rollauer from Durham Regional Police. And what we'd like to hear is just the unique challenges that each of your areas face and each of your geographic areas face, and anything you'd like to see moving forward. Perhaps I'll turn it over to Chief Duriappa first.
Thanks, Matt. And nobody's going to comment on why the white shirt sat on this side. Myron said it's like a high school dance, right? We're just on both two sides of the room. But That's right. Listen, I think we've talked a lot about the why it's a pressure and everything, but I'm wondering maybe, Matt, if I kick it to my colleagues here, because we're making observations about what's missing. It is, and that discussion might be a better one, because this, I think, to David's point earlier, this is a national issue from a threat to this, to the well-being of this country, no doubt. So, Myron had a good point. He was just chatting to me, so maybe I'll kick it to you, buddy.
Yeah, thank you for that. First of all, I got to commend the leadership, Chief, your leadership and your board's leadership, gathering us here together today. It's been said a few times this morning, but I want to personally say thank you for that. Because it is very much been a local police jurisdiction issue that really has been identified as, I would suggest, not a regional issue, not a provincial issue, but indeed a national issue. And I think when we think of it from the context of policing and prioritizing our limited resources, and you asked at the start of this roundtable to talk about the unique things we deal with jurisdictionally, I think I'm safe saying that everybody has a finite resource in policing. Everybody struggles with addressing the greatest priorities. And the one tool we do have in our toolkit as police leaders is to integrate our efforts and to identify priorities together that are of particular importance to our communities that needs to be elevated to a national level. And we have an integrated response to organized crime in this country. And I believe that where there is an opportunity to fill a gap is police leaders to bring forward the importance of this issue to the table that does determine the organized crime priorities for this country as it relates to enforcement. And I think from that flows the identification of targets for enforcement and the identification of resources, whether funded federally, provincially, municipally, to make sure that our finite resources are pointed at the most impactful threats and the most impactful targets for enforcement. And it is, my colleague here, Chief McSween, was saying, auto theft is what they're doing. This is an organized crime issue, first and foremost. And whether it's drugs, frauds, or in third place, auto theft, the disruption and dismantling of organized crime is the priority, and recognizing the harm and impact organized crime has on our communities is a priority for all of us to make sure there's awareness about. So I'll pause there and pass it over.
I'm sure probably maybe Steve from the CISO standpoint, I don't know if you wanted to chat.
Yeah, certainly. It's another privilege of mine to be the chair of the governing body of CISO. We have our deputy director here today, and they're responsible, the Bureau, for a lot of analytics and for putting together some of the connections between the organized crime groups. And there's no doubt, as Myron just said, that there's a direct link to organized crime. That's where the money's going. That's the economic part. So we can see that, and when we're all contributing and we're putting in the analysis, we're putting in the names, we're putting in the facts, that's going to help us on the CISO analytical side. There's one other thing I just wanted to comment, which is kind of completely different than what we've talked about so far today. $1 billion is incredible. This is a huge economic hit to our country. The other national problem with auto theft is public safety. Back in the 80s, people used to stop when police put their lights on. These stolen cars, they just run, and then they're going 150 or 180. 2 weeks ago, we had a stolen truck in Milton. They thought the police were chasing them. We weren't. They ran through a schoolyard, went to a mall, tore an innocent woman out of her car. She was left unconscious, and they stole her car. One of them's in custody. The other one's still outstanding. And another investigation, just to highlight the danger, our investigators were able to identify the suspect vehicle that were bringing the people to Halton to steal the cars. It was a rented car. We were able to track it. We tracked it to a gas station. The car was taken down. 3 males from Quebec, female driver, one male with a loaded 9mm handgun in the waistband, also wanted for first-degree murder in Quebec. So these are not the 16-year-old kids that are doing the joyriding that we used to see. So it's a true public safety issue. It's not just the economic side, and I think we have to push that to all levels of government. Thanks.
I can't help but say two things. If you noticed, when Chief Tanner talked about the 80s, he looked at me, so I caught that. The reality is a few things that are common here. The murder of Greg Priscillo, that's over that was a stolen auto murder. That speaks to the significance as the suspects in a stolen auto, and a cop's there to come and help them out. He loses their life. Mayor Brown, you are absolutely correct when you do refer to the fact is that the commonalities of how we talk about needing funds for organized gangs, how we have to have funds for firearms, drugs, investigations, these people are doing the same thing. And Nick, you pointed out, and I heard Nish say at the beginning that you're beating Toronto in your numbers. We happen to be the lowest, but there's nothing to celebrate in Hamilton. The reality is that 16% decrease for us is still at a number of 1,300 that have been consistently stolen for the last 5 years. The change has been, over those 5 years, we went from 80% recovery down to below to 67%, and that number is the challenge. We are no longer able to compete to what is that high target. Generally, and I say this in most basic language, in Hamilton, the stolen autos are a mode of transportation for one person to get from one crime to the next crime to the next crime. But the reality is now we are victim like everybody else, because over 16% of them in the last calendar year were targeted vehicles. That's specific to a market. So this is a good conversation, but that conversation is part of that picking of the scab, is what is consistently the organizations of drugs, guns, gangs, and everything else that's affecting us. This is just the byproduct of it. Thank you for this opportunity.
Nish? Yeah, maybe I'll just add two comments to this. Number one, I'm always, when we talk about multi-sector collaborative approaches to any one issue, it always strikes me that somebody has to lead the charge on these conversations. And more often than not, it happens to be the police that, or in this case, the board who started this conversation. And Peel, thank you very much for starting this really critically important conversation. But that can't always be the case and shouldn't always be the case, because as we've heard here today, this problem existed before it became a major crime problem, a national crime problem. And the question I would have, and it doesn't need to be answered today, is why isn't anybody else standing up to lead the charge besides the police? That's the first issue. Second issue I want to put on the table is, you know, when we talk about crime, always it follows with that the conversation about what is going on the prosecutorial side. There wasn't a lot of conversation today about prosecuting these crimes. We talked a little bit about bail, and I'm not going to throw stones at anyone on this one, but I will say, more often than not, the sentencing that goes along with these types of crimes is still in line with the fact that it's an auto theft. And as Chief Demkew said, and I can't imagine anybody here is going to disagree, this is a national crime issue, and it is a major organized crime issue. When Pat Smythe, our detective sergeant, talked earlier about, and many of the partners are here, that were involved in the takedown of that major project about a couple of months ago. We did our press conference up in York. There was handguns and drugs on the table. Well, that's because it's organized crime. It's not because it's just auto theft. And that's just, again, reinforcing the issue here that we have to change the conversation around this. And the conversation has to be changed in our courts as well. And we have to demonstrate and have all of our elected officials put some pressure on the ministries to actually look at this differently and prosecute this differently. Because if we don't, we're going to have those 51 people Pat talked about right back out on the streets again. And I remember when I was doing investigations, we knew these people by first name, because they were spun right back out on the streets, and within a week they were stealing cars again. And we knew which group, which targeted group, right? That has not changed. So that has to be addressed as well. So I'll just leave it at that point.
I'll agree with Chief Tanner with regards to the public safety issue. There's been a lot of talk about the billion-dollar economic loss, but the significant impact of public safety. Somebody just going to a grocery store and getting ripped out of their car at gunpoint, the emotional impact and trauma that results from that is, can't be underscored. With regards to the comments from Chief Demkew and with regards to the commodity, it happens to be auto theft now, and it will shift to something else if we're successful with this initiative here. Really excited, as Nick has talked about, in terms of, this is a fantastic opportunity. Never before have we had so many stakeholders in the room to address a particular issue that's impacting our communities. So it would be a huge missed opportunity for us to not go forward on the action items that will come from this summit. Really excited by the opportunity to have so many stakeholders present. It's a huge issue that really we'll make it work, and excited to see that the Solicitor General has supported organized crime initiatives in the past, and I know that he will be very supportive of something like this in the future. So we'll make it work as police leaders, and we look to the public-private partnerships to assist us with this initiative.
Thanks, Nish. I won't reiterate what my colleagues have set up here, but I am inspired by today. I think, and I mentioned it a little while ago, I think it's dependent on the funding. Our success will be depending on the funding we get to support any initiative. When it comes to public safety, and I think what I'm encouraged is it's not only the leadership, chiefs and deputies and senior leaders, but I know I can speak for my colleagues here. It's our frontline officers, and when we talk about public safety, they're out there, they're pulling these cars over, they're putting their lives at risk, serving our community. It's a problem, and I know for me, it's when you get a phone call in the middle of the night, you're always concerned about what you're going to hear, what you're going to get, and sometimes I know there's experience of police services here that had that phone call. I don't want to hear that a police officer has been killed by a stolen vehicle. I don't want to get that phone call. And anything we can do as a police service, as a community, as stakeholders, I think we have to. I think we're obligated. This is a crisis. And I will also say that as a police service, we can't have too many priorities. We have to figure out what our priorities are, and we have to focus on them. Because if we have too many, we're not going to be successful. And if this is a priority, and for me it is, we have to put the resources behind it. I know Durham Regional Police is committed to supporting and doing anything we can to support this, and I suspect my colleagues are in the same position up here. That's why we're here today, but this isn't, and it's been said before, this doesn't reside on the shoulders of policing. This is a community issue. This is a national issue, provincial issue, and we rely on others to help support us. We will do some of the heavy lifting, but there's going to be others that need to do other heavy lifting, but we'll be there to stand shoulder to shoulder with each and every one of you. Thanks, Nish.
No, it's Todd. Thank you. And I wanted to get Jerry a chance on behalf of, thank you for being here on behalf of the Commissioner. I do want to play off your comment on, and I think we've all hit it a couple of times. I think for everybody's awareness, you spend a lot of time talking about the vehicles that are outbound. And there is, I think we all struggle with the fact that there's the other subset of stolen autos that are used for crime purposes. And the pharmacy robberies, and I think everybody needs to be clear is that we're not picking one lane or the other. There's multiple swim lanes here that we're focused on. But to your point, Todd, is then can I ask us as a team here, how do we establish the priorities? If we come out of today with a multi-sectoral group of people, and then concurrently there's a potential for a provincial connectivity or integrated with interprovincial, are we saying we're sticking with, the exportation issues and the crime related to that, and that I don't want to call them lesser because they're horrible. The violent carjacking sometimes, here in Peel, the carjackings 77% of them are young offenders doing pharmacy robberies. And I'm not diminishing the whole, like the thousands that are going overseas to Malta, or, so how do we, I'll just opening it up for discussion. How do you want to work through that?
Nish, it strikes me when you're saying that we obviously have to target all stolen autos. And when we're talking about our partners and our multi-sectoral partners, the auto manufacturers, the Insurance Bureau of Canada and insurance companies, individuals, whether they're educated by the CAA or by the dealer that sells them the vehicle, they can take some precaution as well. Every vehicle we stop from being stolen either stops it from being exported or stops it from being a crime vehicle. Ironically, we've seen a drop in carjackings because people can now steal the Rovers without that, but they're still going on. And they're violent people that are doing the pharmacy robberies. Not so many banks anymore, pharmacies. A different type of organized crime. So we're going to target them as different groups when it comes to the organized crime, but auto theft, I think, has that overarching umbrella as well.
So with respect to the comment about a lot of these vehicles being exported and whatnot, we recently had a investigation, Project Myra, that we took down last year, and there was actually quite a domestic market for stolen vehicles, where vehicles were stolen here in Ontario, their VIN identification numbers were altered, they were resold, and they were also sold to other members of organized crime who used them to commit crimes. And in fact, some of those vehicles were linked to homicides. So yeah, it's a multifaceted problem, and I know I've worked with members from all your police services, and we all work together very well. And to your comment too, there is that funding aspect that needs to be stepped up as well.
I just want to build on what we just touched on there, because you do have different types of theft. Some of them are robberies to then go do other types of robberies. And I think that we can't lose sight of, while we focus on organized crime and the theft, the part of the collaboration has to be our analytical learnings locally as police of jurisdiction, to share it amongst ourselves so we can see the trends, so we can understand where we put our finite resources, whether it's collaborative across borders, or in the case of Toronto, when it comes to pharmacy robberies, we actually shifted our hold-up squad mandate to include that, to include carjackings, particularly when there's offensive weapons, and we know they're being used for robberies. Those are not organized crime gangsters. Those are a different type of gangster, and we have a hold-up squad to deal with that. But we get to that point by understanding through analysis where to put our resources, and I think the more we share that collaboratively, the more we can make sure we're putting our very valuable investigative efforts and frontline efforts in the right place.
I do have to say, absolutely, I'd be reticent to say that my challenge is the exportation. I've learned a lot even just today, thank you for this, but Nick and the team who put this together, that was all based on everybody participating in producing and supplying and that analytics. I learned from there that we have a better way of looking at clusters, and the reality is, I think we can all agree, there's clusters for every crime. And in this particular case, if export's one, I think the room is full of people who acknowledge that what that approach will be, but that interoperability to make sure, and it just a thing, we've drifted into bail, but the reality is the leadership that is being demonstrated right now on real-time bail information between Durham and Toronto is exceptional. And which demonstrates, again, with the records management systems and interoperability, we have that ability. And we just need to get out of the way. And what we should be doing, and I think we all learn as chiefs, rely on the amazing people that work with us and work for us. So I'm really encouraged that what I'm probably going to come out of this with is that familiarity that everybody picks up the phone. OPP, thank you, because you're right. You have the overarching provincial view, but we have an obligation to make sure that our people have the tools and also the authority to just pick up the phone and talk. The last thing I'll say, because I don't want to give up this opportunity, when funding is provided, when those opportunities to look at being able to support, please don't just look at what is the spikes in the percentages. Please look at the importance of what is really defined of not just the GTA, but that larger area, and make sure that Durham, Niagara, and Hamilton are included in those supplements. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Frank. Go ahead.
No, I just want to talk about data for a minute. It's one thing to have data here, and it's amazing the data you guys have been able to pull together provincially. You know, one of the things we're trying to do better, and I think we all, I know it was talked about today around education and awareness. It's huge. We've communicated quite regularly to our community that, you know, crime fighting is a shared responsibility. So it isn't just about the police, it's about the community, and how can we do better to have them help us? And, you know, one of the things we're trying to do in York is share in real time through what we call a community safety data portal, real information in real time, or as close to real time as we can, so they can then share information directly with our organization. And, you know, that will pay off in the long run. It hasn't been as publicly publicized, but, you know, we regularly talk. I have 9 mayors in York Region. We regularly do presentations for the mayors so they can get out there, and our councillors, and get out and actually champion that for us as well. Because a lot of that crime prevention safety information that we were talking about, whether it's the club or whether it's here's what you need to be aware of around how your vehicle can be stolen, or here's your top 10, whatever it is, all the information is there. And sometimes getting the public or our community members to go there is some of the challenges, because pulling together town halls, while it sounds great, it's not the most cost-effective or efficient way to actually do it. There's better ways to do it, but it's driving people to get the information so they can help us, because we know once we get that information to people, they'll take the necessary steps to be safer. I heard, I think it was one of our mayors talking about it earlier, about not getting any information from when they picked up a vehicle. Well, we have the ability to do that now, probably across all of these services. So I think that's got to be part of that awareness public campaign too, to get the information out there.
Jim, that's a great point. And yes, you and York are doing a remarkable job with those things. I think, so today we are going to, obviously, one of the key strategic points is the awareness piece. We're going to communicate the outcomes of the collaborative for sure. But Mayor Brown and I talk about this all the time. He knows we are working hard. It's probably happening in everybody's community. But we say people's perception is their reality. He constantly hears, you know, well, the police, they haven't doing anything about this, or my car got stolen, and here in Peel, for a variety of reasons, you know, if there's no suspect, sadly you're waiting a little bit till we get there to just even take the initial report, right? We try to get people there. So there's this perception piece that we really need to leverage today to get over. So I'm just interested in your thoughts on, you know, how we maximize on that, either locally within your own agencies or as a collective. Am I moderating now?
So the only thing I said, and it's already been addressed as well, so we already have the language. We become the default service provider, and the reality is this is about risk intervention. This is about truly the makings of what is prevention. And to that point, maybe the public does have to understand that if there is no suspect and there is that length of time where there is not going to be any solvability or any opportunity, maybe there's an online report, because then we have the ability to actually deal with real-time challenges in this organized network. So I'd say about making sure the public's expectations and role in prevention is widely known.
Yeah, I think so, Nish, and I think I'm sitting here thinking that you don't think like a victim or act like a victim until you are a victim. So, you know, if you have your house broken into or you have your car stolen, it's the worst thing in the world, and it's happening 100 times more now. So we're dealing with more victims exponentially. So it's hard to get to all of those calls. A lot of it's going to be education, again, through CAA or others, large platform education on auto theft, and then individual police services doing their own things through corporate communications, and every victim that we deal with, educating them as well, because they tell 2 friends and they tell 2 friends.
Sorry, thanks. And I think what we need to do is, chiefs, is collaborate more with our corporate communications. Like, I think why are we duplicating work? Like, if Toronto's doing something great, like, we should adopt that and take, like, I don't think we do that enough. So my commitment to this group is that we will do that. If we have something innovative that you need to know, I'll have our corp comms reach out to your communications corp comms, and I think we shouldn't, and our messages should be united as a policing agency. We shouldn't, I think generally we are, but fundamentally, especially when it comes to auto theft, maybe our messaging needs to be consistent.
Two great points, and Martin, I know you're about to go, but Nick, is that one of our follow-ons from today from a comms piece? That we're all connected, the boards, municipalities, mayors elected, for a follow-on from today? Okay,
I think the more we do to elevate the discussion as understanding the national impact certainly will demonstrate to communities that we've prioritized it. So I think that's one important step on top of other things we're doing locally. But I think we'd be remiss if we didn't pick up on what was said earlier this morning, which is the role of boards and services coming together through their mechanism of governance to put forward recommendations that drive the importance of the issue, whether it's calling for legal reform, whether it calls for greater responsibility on the manufacturers to actually unify, step up, and do something different than what's happened, or others. But I think there's a unique opportunity that today has set the stage for. A police service board and a police service come together, pulled us together on an important topic, and now I think we should all pause and go back with our boards as police chiefs and consider what type of recommendations we would put forward through our individual board structures that would drive the awareness, the recognition of the importance for our communities, but also drive the political leadership that's required to get involved in this conversation.
Some great points there. I think there's also the opportunity to leverage the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police. We have a very strong voice there to be able to advocate to our provincial government. Typically, we have resolutions that come forward at our annual general meeting, which is in June. I think there's an opportunity now, given what we've all talked and heard about today in terms of the crisis of auto theft and the carjackings. We don't necessarily have to wait until June to get that resolution forward in order to get that call for action. So I think collectively our voice can be heard, and you know, our Solicitor General and this government has been very, very supportive of public safety, and this is a significant issue that's impacting public safety that I'm sure they'll be addressing.
Nish? Yeah, so I think I agree with what you said earlier there about perception reality. It's the same thing. That was my point, is that there's lots of great things being done, but people don't know about it. And so I like the idea of a national, and it may be a national communication strategy, at least provincial, and you talk about connecting all of our corp comms with one collective voice and message. I think that's a great start. And you know, you're going to be going next door to talk to the media. I think that's where it starts, and how we get that collective voice in front of the camera on a more regular basis, talking about exactly the same thing, is how we get that voice heard. So I think bringing in the CACP, Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, is important as well, because it is such a polarizing issue right across the entire country. So
just, and sometimes it's controversial about naming individuals, but if people know Ontario is, if we're going to have fierce leadership on the theft of motor vehicles, why aren't we going to do something with the criminals? Why aren't we letting the criminals know what we're doing? I know the public thing, but for arresting Todd Rollauer, and he's been charged with 37 offenses, I think, why are we putting that out there? Why aren't we putting it out there more locally about all the arrests we're making? Like, I think we do an okay job, but I think we need to unify and get a consistent message and make a commitment that if we're addressing auto thefts, if we're arresting people for auto thefts, that we do it with impaired drivers in Durham. We name them. Why are we naming these individuals? If it's important to do, if we want to make a difference, if we want to let cross wherever they're coming from know that if they're going to come into Ontario, they're going to be arrested and charged, and we're not tolerating it. To me, that's an important message. Just just a thought. I know sometimes we're apprehensive on naming names, but sometimes pictures too, but if we're going to make a statement, from my perspective, that's a statement.
I think the one thing I would capitalize on that, I think it's very evident that shoulder flash to shoulder flash, we are speaking one term here, one sentence. We have demonstrated that it's up to everybody else in this room, from your agency and from your capacity and from your role in this, is to partner with us. That's what we've seen, that's what's been built today, and I think that's the best thing that we can get out of this, is the reality is that we're in this together. Let's make a difference for the province of Ontario.
Thank you very much. I'm going to offer maybe a question or two. I know that everybody's thinking about the weather outside, and people are really looking to get on the road there. Mayor Crombie, you have a question? I'm sorry, I can go back and get you a microphone, or I could just ask one of these. Here, Chief. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all for the discussion. So what I want to be sure of is when we leave here today, we know what these concrete next steps will be. It's nice that we're going to sing from the same song sheet and coordinate our comms, and once in a while we'll name and shame, but I want to hear the next steps on what we're doing from here to communicate to everyone that we have a plan and we have a process and we are going to address car thefts, and people can be rest assured that we're on it and we're being very proactive. Thanks.
It's perfect for Nick to, I don't know if Nick, you were going to wrap up with this next steps, but now is probably a good time.
Yeah, I can. To be entirely honest with you, Chief, and maybe it's to provide some comfort to her worship, I really appreciate the question. One of the things that we wanted to come from this was exactly what has occurred, which is the conversation, what people were willing to commit to. So we have had a scribe in the corner collecting everything. And what we plan on doing is categorizing that under the priorities that we heard earlier this morning. So they will be concrete actions that have been captured through the conversation here today, and those will be shared.
But I think, so Nick, if we're working through them, for example, under collaboration, one of the key action points is to establish the working group to, they're probably going to be the representatives that we've already contributed, plus the other stakeholders thus far to map this out, right? And in terms of that, in terms of clarity?
Exactly. And to really finalize what we've started to build here today. We're walking away with some fairly high-level ideas. What we plan on doing is beginning with the strategic priorities, creating what our objectives will be under those, or our outcomes under those priorities, some of which we've been talking about, and then the actions and measurables as well. And then, of course, we would circle back, share those, make sure that they're endorsed. But again, to answer the question, there will be a defined plan of action that will be offered to the group. I can tell you right now, we're sitting at enhanced enforcement was a topic of conversation. It occurred prior to, and obviously we've had that today. I think it's impossible for us to escape the discussion around collaboration with other sector partners, industry, and the things that they can do to support this. And then finally, we've heard a lot about communication and prevention. Those two go hand in hand. And so what we plan on doing is taking those three priorities, breaking them down slightly, and then that'll be our strategy.
Mayor Crombie, if I could, and I really appreciate and welcome your conversation, and I just, bear with me for a second, there's two well-known crime prevention approaches. One is crime prevention through social development, and the other is situational crime prevention. These are the experts in understanding situational crime prevention and crime prevention through environmental design and all those sciences, if you will. We're really good at that. But the crime prevention through social development is the requirement that everybody in this room at a decision maker level, whether it's locally or through a municipality, provincial or federal, have to understand their role in prevention. We have a role, we absolutely do. But until everybody collectively bears the responsibility of prevention and ultimately create the risk interventions that are required, it'll solely be the police responsibility. It's everybody's responsibility.
Just thank you, Ron Chatta here again. Chiefs, really appreciate and thankful for all of you at one stage. And as a police board, it's our responsibility to provide the police service the necessary tools it required for the community safety. And we are committed on that. And the one good thing, the whole idea to invite the representative, whether the board chairs or somebody from the board, in this, so we also work together. So this is our commitment here from the boards. I was talking to my colleague from Toronto and Halton and others. We will be putting it out something together as well after. This is one side, but wherever we have the phenomenal municipal leaders here, and they are talking about it, and once we need to put together at our part, we will be doing, if any of my colleague from any other police services board has any comment to make, you're more than welcome, but this is something I guess we need to do at our side as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair.
Matt, can I just quickly for a second, and this is more for Nick and I think all of our awareness. Clearly today we had a finite number of stakeholders join us. Nick, what is the approach? Because I know that there are other entities that are interested in getting plugged in. Is there a vehicle for that to continue to, here you can grab this mic, for that to expand if we are looking at a multi-sector collaborative? That's clearly more people that want to be at the table, right?
Oh, definitely. I think this is really the beginning of the conversation. So absolutely, there will be other opportunities for other partners, because I think the reality is, as we begin to learn more about the situation, Chief, we are going to identify other partners outside of this semicircle and this room that potentially could bring a lot of value to the solutions. So again, I see this as a first step and an evolution in really beginning to address the issue that today helped identify.
Thank you very much. I've been listening. Thank you. Whose was that? I've been listening to what the chiefs have to say, and what I think is incredible is the fact that auto theft, amongst a number of other offenses, is really one of the ties that binds. It's that kind of, when we talk about combating the opioid crisis, and we hear about stolen cars being used to do pharmacy robberies, we're talking about gun violence, and we hear about parties with stolen cars being arrested and guns located within their vehicles and stuff. There's no way to splinter off auto theft. There's no way to just isolate auto theft. Auto theft has found its way into all major crime, including organized crime. So now we're looking at a multi-million-dollar organized crime investigations problem. In one term, as it's been bantered around, an absolute crisis. And that's very interesting. And I thank all of the chiefs for coming up and sharing that high-level perspective that you've been able to do. And it's really great. And it is just reassuring that everybody's going to start to work together with this initiative. I'd like to thank all of the chiefs for taking the stage and having this conversation. I'd also like to thank the chair once again. Chair Chatta, it's been fantastic that you put the wheels in motion to make this happen, and I think everybody benefited from your site. And to the Police Services Board of the Region of Peel, this is greatly appreciated. To all the other Police Services Board that attended and contributed, much appreciated. To the deputy chiefs and to the chiefs management group that attended, much appreciated. And to the mayors, to MPP Hogarth and all elected officials that came to the table today and came to the room today and were willing to discuss this problem. It's greatly appreciated again. Industry experts and stakeholders, senior officers and policing partners from across the province. Thank you very much. What all of us didn't see, and keep in mind that I'm just a spokesperson up here. What happened in the background leading up today was an absolute ton of work. That was carried out by so many people in the Peel Regional Police. our corporate communications, our media relations. They did an absolute excellent job of pulling this day together and make it run seamlessly. It was really much appreciated, and I think they're worthy of a round of applause for doing this. Thank you very much. Now, we're going to invite anyone who wishes to come up to the stage for a photo opportunity. I think, sir, thank you for your enthusiasm. That was great. Of course, I'd invite the Region Appeal Police Services Board to have a group photo. I'd like to invite Peel Regional Police Chiefs Management Group up for a photo. But anyone else that would like to get up there and have a photo is welcome to do so, please. After that, lunch is ready. It can be served. And I think the media conference won't take place until 2:30 for any of those who wish to attend the media conference. Thank you once again, everyone.